To repeat what we have going on, we got King of the Hill getting ready for their first time trial. We're loading up the lanes, staging lanes 1 and 2 for King of the Hill. Pardon me. If you're in high school, we'll take you to staging lanes 3 and 4. And Junior Street will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, 5 and 6. High school, 3 and 4. King of the Hill, 1 and 2. And that puts the next 3 categories on low alert, I'll say. Street Eliminator, Junior Dragster, Pro ET. Once we get the lanes emptied, we'll be bringing you up in your appropriate lanes. I should say Street Eliminator, Junior Dragster, you are on low alert. Pro ET, you're not on alert yet.
Oh, the weekend. That magical, mythical 48 hours where you are free to do anything but work.
I'm free!
So why are you working on your lawn? That's True Green's job. True Green is the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. They'll give you a pro-level lawn and the guaranteed lowest price thanks to their verified price match. Let the lawn experts do your lawn care because you've got way better things to do. Visit TrueGreen.com to get the best lawn at the best price, guaranteed.
And here we go. Track is ready. Track is hot. Track is gluey. As soon as Mark gets the starter button hooked up, we'll be ready to go. King of the Hill, rolling to the forward of staging. I see we have no high school cars, so I'm going to jump around a little bit, keep the lane assignments the same. I'm going to bring junior dragsters up in lanes 3 and 4. Junior dragsters, lanes 3 and 4. I'm going to let you guys separate yourselves and have the youngest age group first. I think the 6 to 9s have them first, and then 10 to 12, and then 13 on up. If you guys would separate yourselves, staging lanes 3 and 4 for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, like I say, as you separate yourselves out, please have the minors, junior minors, I don't know the term, you know, the younger minors, 6 to 9s, please get to the front, intermediates in the back, the 10 to 12-year-olds, and then advanced juniors, you will be in the back of the lanes. I know you guys can sort yourselves out because you're really good at that and you're used to having to sort yourselves out. Also, the only golf carts that should be in the staging lanes are those that are towing junior dragsters. Anybody else in the staging lanes, get your pit vehicle out of the staging lanes, as we're going to have them full of cars hopefully all day long. And as I make that call for junior dragsters, that puts Street Eliminator on high alert. Street Eliminator, you are on high alert. I will let you know when to come to the lanes, but not right now, but you are on high alert. You'll be our next call in. Right now, first time trial of the season, Gold Rush Point season. A lot of excitement out there, a lot of anticipation. Junior dragsters, we need you to staging lanes 3 and 4, and we need you to sort your age groups out. At the back, we'll have advanced. In the middle, we'll have the 10 to 12-year-olds, I believe, and then at the front, we'll have the younger junior dragsters, 6 to 9s, not novice, minors. Minors in front, advanced in the back, and fit yourself in the middle of the 10 to 12-year-olds. But juniors, you've had your call. This is your first call to staging. We need you into the staging lanes. We ask all of you throughout the day, please try and keep up as we are trying some different things here. We'll wade our way through our first day of competition. 5 and 6. We have junior dragsters loading up in staging lanes 3 and 4. Tech is still going on in 7 and 8. Street Eliminator, you were on high alert. You're no longer on high alert. Bring them on up. This is your first call to staging. Street Eliminator, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Street Eliminator, staging lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator, this is your first call to staging. Staging lanes 1 and 2 for Street Eliminator. Eliminator, your first call to staging has been made. Street Eliminator, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Street Eliminator, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. You can stop right there at the line. First line, just past the crosswalk. Come on up, there you go. Next line, stop right there. Call has gone out for Street Eliminator, staging lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator, staging lanes 1 and 2. Yeah, if you want to bring it up to the cone, you can bring it up to the cone. We'll have you wait there. Thank you very much. It's nice when you got your radio turned on to 90.9, listening to all the announcements here at Rock Falls Raceway over Perfect. Great job, everybody. So we got through our first session for King of the Hill, no issues. Junior Street's coming out next. They'll be followed by Junior Dragster. So Junior Dragsters, you should be in the lanes, and you should pretty much be saddling up, getting ready to go. Junior Dragster, you should be getting ready to go. We got just a few Junior Streets, and then we'll go directly in to Junior Dragster. So Junior Dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes and get yourselves sorted out by age group. Oldest in the back, youngest in the front. And you'll be following out Junior Street. So Junior Dragsters, you're going to follow out Junior Street. Once again, if you're in Junior Dragster, you should be in the staging lanes. They're getting them sorted out with our age groups, the minors, the intermediates, the advanced. And they should be making their way to the head of the lanes. We don't have a lot of Junior Street cars, so we'll be heading into Junior Dragster very soon. We could even say immediately. So if you have a Junior Dragster, you should be in the lanes so you don't miss your first time trial session. Street Eliminator. No, we should be... So Street Eliminator, if you have a Street Eliminator vehicle, you are coming out right now. Street Eliminator, you should be in staging lanes 1 and 2. Your first time trial session is starting right now. Then Street Eliminator will be followed by Junior Dragster, which means Pro ET, you are on low alert. Pro ET, you are on low alert. those who are running street type cars, whether you're in junior street or street eliminator or any other car that has an air conditioner, please have your air conditioner and or defroster turned off, as that will drip water onto the track. So just a reminder, turn your air conditioner or your defroster off, please, as that does create condensation. That water drips on the track, and water does not adhere to your tires. So we want to keep the water off the track. And just a reminder to turn your air conditioner off. Most of you have done this before. Some of you might forget. It's the first race of the season. Just a reminder. Pro ET, I'm going to move you from low alert to high alert, and from high alert to this is your first call to staging. Pro ET staging lanes 1 and 2. If we need, we can use 3 and 4, but let's fill up 1 and 2 first. Pro ET, this is your call to staging for your first time trial here at Rock Falls Raceway for the 2024 Gold Rush Points season. Pro ET, this is your call to staging. It's your time to shine. Also, with that call for Pro ET to staging, Pro ET staging lanes 1 and 2 for your first time trial. If we have any bike sled competitors, you can bring them on up. Staging lane 7 or 8 for bike/sled competitors. Pro ET, we'd like you to come to staging lanes 1 and 2. If we get too many of you, we'll spill over to 3 and 4. But let's see how this works out to get going. Along with our call to the lanes, staging lanes 1 and 2 for Pro ET. They say if we get backed up, we can use 3 and 4. We're getting close, but if you are in the bike/sled competition, staging lanes 7 and 8 for you. Puts Super Pro on high alert. Super Pro, you are on high alert. So it looks like we're going to fill up staging lanes 1 and 2. So if you're a pro car coming up for your time trial, feel free to use lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4 can also be used for pro. I just wasn't sure how many of you there were, so you can certainly come up in 3 and 4. Wonderful. 1 and 2 are full, so come on up in lanes 3 and 4. Remain for pro cars. Bring them up in 3 and 4. Don't get all wadded up in back of 1 and 2, please. Bring them on up in 3 and 4, Pro. 3 and 4. Pro ET, you should be making your way or already be in staging lanes 1, 2, 3, or 4. If you're coming up now, you should be going into lanes 3 or 4. 1 and 2 are full. Pardon me. Pro ET, you are on high alert. Bike sled, staging lanes 7 and 8. Bike sled category, staging lanes 7 and 8. You'll be coming out after Pro ET. Right now we're in junior dragster time trials. information for you Pro ET drivers that are going to be double entered in Super Pro. It looks like it's going to be kind of a quick turnaround between Pro and Super Pro. So if you're in Pro, you probably want to, once racing starts, you'll want to get to the front of the lanes. So you have a little bit more time before you have to get in the lanes for Super Pro. So keep that in mind. You're only separated by bike and sled, and we do have some competitors there, but not a lot. So it's going to be a quick turnaround from Pro to Super Pro. Keep that in mind, Pro drivers that are double entered. Third, 3 and 4. We want to wad up the lanes in the back of the lanes. We got plenty of room in lanes 3 and 4 for Pro ET cars. Lanes 3 and 4 are open for Pro. Bring them up in lanes 3 and 4. Don't hang back and clog the lanes up, please. Staging lanes 3 and 4 are open for Pro. So those cars at the back of the staging lanes, bring them on up in 3 and 4. Down to the end of junior dragsters now. Pro drivers, you can think about getting ready. Keep in mind, pro drivers, we still have to clear the return road of junior dragsters once they're down. So it's going to be a couple of minutes while we retrieve all of our junior dragsters. Once again, pro drivers, you'll be coming out next, but we need to retrieve all of our junior dragsters and get them off the return road. So it's going to be just a few minutes before you start your pursuit of a Pro ET championship here at Rock Falls Raceway. First time trial of the season for 2024, going to be followed by the first points race of 2024. just had a report. We got a battery-operated tool battery. I'm not sure what volt it is, but it's a small battery. We found it up on the starting line area. We got it up on the starting line wall. There's a name of Nate on it, N-A-T-E. So Nate, if you're missing a battery for one of your tools, we got it up here on the starting line. Come on up and pick it up. So Pro ET, you should be in staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bike Sled, you should be in 7 and 8. Super Pro, you are on high alert. High alert. Once we get the lanes empty of Pro cars, I'll be calling you in, but that's going to be a little bit. But you are on high alert, Super Pro. I don't know if you can hear me, but those of you at the back of the staging lanes, come on up in staging lanes 3 or 4. Come on up in 3 or 4. We don't want to have cars wadding up the staging lanes at the back of the lanes when we got plenty of room to park all of you in a lane. Saddle up, Pro. Saddle up. You're coming out right now. Pro cars, saddle up. You're coming out for your first time trial right now. Saddle up, Pro. Lanes 1 and 2 coming out first. Be followed by 3 and 4. Pro ET time trial session 1 is on the track right now. If you are in Pro ET, you should be in staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, Pro ET. plenty of room for staging, so don't get all wadded up in the back. But Super Pro, this is your first call to staging. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Once again, attention in the mix. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. This is your call to staging. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro. Roll them on up. Come on down. Don't be shy, Super Pro cars. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Super Pro. Roll them on up. We're loading the lanes with Super Pro, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. A lot of smoke out of that Honda on the top end. Looks like something on the turbo might have let go. We're gonna go check for fluids down there. It's gonna be a couple of minutes while we do that. The car did make it off the track. I don't know how he could see. But just gonna be a few minutes while we go up and check the track. I'm assuming all the oil that went into the turbo got burnt up, or it's on the windshield of that Honda. But we'll run down, check it out, let you know. We've got our bike sled competitors ready to make their first time trial. Super Pro lining up and staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if we have any street bikes, competitors, why don't you come up to staging lanes 7 or 8, if you're in street bike. So a report from the top end is no liquid on the track. No liquid on the track. So we'll retrieve Mark the starter, get him in position. We're going to run off our bike sled competitors. Then we'll be going into Super Pro. If we have any street bike competitors, staging lanes 7 and 8 for you. We're almost done with our first round of time trials, which means, King of the Hill, you're on low alert for your second time trial. The lanes are full right now. King of the Hill, you are on low alert. Super Pro, staging lanes 3 and 4 are open. If you're coming up yet and you're in Super Pro, bring it up to staging lanes 3 and 4. Looks like 1 and 2 are full. Or at least 2 is full. A couple of spots left in 1. But no reason to get them crowded. We got plenty of room in the staging lanes. First session for bike sled on the starting line. And I don't get to see many snowmobiles in Florida anymore, but it's neat to see. As the sled in the right lane turns in at 12:57 at 105 miles an hour on their first time hit. Pro, you should be in the staging lanes. We're just about done with our bike sled time trials. So Super Pro will be coming out next. Do we have any street bike competitors? Staging lanes 7 and 8, please. 7 and 8. So here we go, Super Pro drivers, saddle up. Super Pro drivers, saddle up. You're coming out right now. Super Pro drivers, let's roll them on up. And let's get your time trial in. Super Pro, the track is yours. Roll them on up. If you're not in the lanes for Super Pro, you should be. Your first time trial session is happening right now. So feel free, Super Pro drivers, roll them on up. You're coming out right now. If we have any street bike competitors, I can't see. I don't see any in 7 or 8, so I'm assuming we don't have any street bike competitors, but if we do,
technical college for nursing next year. I am more than excited. I am ready for a new challenge and I think it's important to find out what you love is, and it's given me that opportunity to do that.
cvtc.edu to explore CVTC.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/credit.
Hello, it's me. I've thought about us for
King of the Hill, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. You've been looking for street bike. Supposedly there was one competitor. Haven't seen him show up. We're moving on to King of the Hill. But if you are a street bike, we need you in 7 or 8. Right now, we're running out the remainder of our Super Pro cars, and we're going to load up staging lanes 1 and 2 with King of the Hill. Which also means we will bring up our junior street competitors in 5 and 6. 5 and 6.
When I feel cold, you warm me. And when I feel I can't go on, you come and hold me.
So attention in the pits, go out. King of the Hill, King of the Hill, we need you to staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second time trial. Junior Street, we need you to staging lanes 5 and 6 for your second time trial. Once again, that's King of the Hill to 1 and 2. And that's Junior Street to 5 and 6.
Until tomorrow. If you wanna be free, you know, all you got to do is say so. When you and when you feel you can't go on, I'll come and hold you. And never I want to smile right. I want to smile a while for me, Sarah.
King of the Hill, taking left off. King of the Hill, staging lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Please, no golf carts in the staging lanes, as we are loading various lanes at various times. But right now, King of the Hill, staging lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, 5 and 6. Junior Dragster, you are on high alert. High alert, Junior Dragster. We have new lane assignment for you. Just hang on, we'll get that for you in a few minutes. got most of our King of the Hill in the lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street is in 5 and 6, loading up. So we will take junior dragsters to lanes 7 and 8 this time. 7 and 8 junior dragsters. Same as last time. Older drivers to the back, younger drivers to the front. So junior dragsters, if you want to come up in staging lanes 7 and 8, and then sort yourselves out. We will take you to staging lanes 7 and 8 this time. Junior dragsters, staging lanes 7 and 8, please. So, King of the Hill, you're coming out right now, so if you have not made your second time trial run in King of the Hill and you want to, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. You're coming to the burn boxes right now. Junior Street, looks like we have all but one for your second time trial, and junior dragsters in 7 and 8. We appreciate you guys and gals sorting yourselves out. The advanced, intermediate, and minor categories. Once again, we are in second round time trial action. King of the Hill on the track right now. We're loading lanes 7 and 8. With junior dragsters, we're loading lanes 5 and 6 with Junior Street. That will put Street Eliminator on high alert. Street Eliminator, you are on high alert. Eliminator, you've been on high alert long enough. Let's bring them on up. Street Eliminator staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Street Eliminator staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second time trial here at Rock Falls Raceway today. We're ready. We're ready for you. Junior Street, you should be in staging lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6 for Junior Street. Street Eliminator, we need you. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Staging lanes 1 and 2 for Street Eliminator. Eliminator, you're always some of the best. When you hear the call, you come to staging lanes. You guys are the best. And you've been that way for years. I appreciate every last one of you. It's so nice to see racers that want to race. So we're loading staging lanes up in Street Eliminator, staging lanes 1 and 2. You will be coming out after Junior Street. Then we will go to Junior Dragster, which means Pro ET, you are on high alert. Pro ET, you are on high alert for your second time trial. We've got Junior Street coming into the burn boxes. I should say driving around the burn boxes. We're still missing a couple of Street Eliminators. We'd like to see you in the lanes as soon as possible. Here y'all come. Appreciate that very much. Because you're coming out after Junior Street. And then we'll go to Junior Dragster. As the sun starts to shine on this beautiful day here at Rock Falls Raceway, getting warm out there. Time to do a quick check on the old air density online. And right now we're looking at, just briefly, 70, where are we at here? 78 degrees. And we're up over 3,100 feet on density altitude. 3,155 feet, 78 degrees. If your car's tuned properly, it's going to be going slower than what it did in the first time trial, just due to the air being that much worse. We had 13 go down the track first round of Street Eliminator. We got 12 in the lanes right now. I hope that 13th car shows up soon. Don't want anyone to miss their time trial. Looks like they're on their way. Terrific. Pro ET, Pro ET. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 are open for you as we speak. Bring them on up for your second time trial. Pro ET, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your second time trial. Feel free to bring them up. Thank you, junior dragsters, for coming up and sorting yourselves out. I appreciate that very much. You guys doing a great job. Pro ET cars, we need you to the staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Pro ET for your second time trial. On track now, we have our second time trial session of junior dragsters going. We have the minor class right now going down track, followed by intermediates, followed by advanced. We're loading lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 with our Pro ET cars. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Pro ET. Thank you, Pro ET drivers, for coming when you're called. Thank you again. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 are open for Pro ET's second time trial action. We had an extremely fast junior dragster go down the track, 765. I'm not sure, but that is dangerously into the penalty range. And right now, I will make the call for bike sled, staging lanes 7 and 8. Bike sled, please bring your bike or sled to staging lanes 7 and 8. Super Pro, you are on low alert. Super Pro, you are on low alert. bike, sled, bike, sled, bike, sled. We need you to staging lanes 7 and 8 for your second time trial. Bike, sled, we need you to staging lanes 7 and 8 for your second time trial, please. through our second time trial session for Pro ET cars. Looks like we got our lanes filled up with our bike sled competitors. Thank you for that. Super Pro, you are on high alert. High alert. Attention in the pits. Attention. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. We would like you to bring your vehicle to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro, your second time trial session is about to begin. Please come on down to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, we had a little bit of an issue there on that, I think that Chevelle that went down. Looks like the rear window came dislodged right around the finish line. Looks like it was plexiglass, so it's not like it's shattered in a million pieces. But we're running down there to take a look, see what we got on the track, or what we don't have on the track. And we'll get that stuff picked up, hopefully fairly quickly. If it was plexiglass, it won't be a big deal. I guess there's more pieces than I thought there were, so it's going to take a little bit of time to get all those pieces picked up, and the track's pretty sticky, so be a little bit of time while we get that cleaned up. In the meantime, we'll continue loading the staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 with Super Pro. And we have, looks like, all of our bike sled competitors, but we were just getting to the end of Pro ET Session 2. Sometimes things happen. And on down the track it goes. You see the Wisconsin Lottery dually heading on down the track with over $10 billion awarded to customers since 1988. Make sure you scratch your winning itch with Wisconsin Lottery. A full slate of games available, whether it's the $1 Million Powerball or Mega Millions or Fast Play and Scratchers. Visit your local Wisconsin Lottery retailer to take a chance at changing your life. Find all local retailers at wilottery.com. Down there is the Wisconsin Lottery safety truck also pitching in, getting down there and picking pieces up off the track from that rear window that exited that previous car. Say we got a bunch of bodies down there, but it gets really hard to pick up. That plexiglass is pretty thin, depends how small the pieces are, and with traction compound on the track, even at the big end, it's not an easy task to find all those little pieces. At least they are reflective. But it'll just take some time. We'll get everything picked up. And we'll be back to time trialing action as quickly as possible. Good time to head on over to the Quarter Mile Cafe. Well, we got a little downtime. Pick yourself up some lunch. They do have a grilled chicken sandwich, a pulled pork sandwich, ham and cheese, chicken cordon bleu, shredded beef Philly, or you can get chicken tenders. All kinds of different fries. Boy, I like those. Chili cheese fries, that sounds pretty good. Walking taco, pretty much my favorite. They got chef salad or a Caesar salad. Of course, they have hamburgers and cheeseburgers. Bacon cheeseburgers. They got all kinds of appetizers. Cheese curds, onion rings. I heard the cheese curds are excellent. And this is a state that knows its cheese curds. French fries, they got chips, 3 crab rangoon, 2 egg rolls, or a deep fried pickle. All kinds of good things down there to eat or drink or ice cream treats. Don't forget those on a warm day like today down there at the Quarter Mile Cafe. They're ready to satisfy your order as soon as you get up there.
Me feel like a man, not keeping me crazy, crazy. Smile, smile, oh.
Well, we have a little downtime. Gives me a chance to catch up on my sponsors' readings. Erickson Excavating of Cumberland. Erickson Excavating of Cumberland provides a dedicated workforce focused on providing cost-effective, Quality service, no matter the project. Delivering projects safely, efficiently, and always on time. Check out Erickson Excavating Incorporated, or INC.com. That's Erickson Excavating Inc.com. The next time you have a big project. Famous Amos. Famous Amos Transport provides safe and reliable trucking across the Twin Cities and more, offering same-day service, hotshot, tarp, gooseneck, flatbed, and more. If you need it fast, find Famous Amos Transport on Facebook. Fast Freddy's Rod Shop, also sponsor of the Right Lane. Fast Freddy's, you see them down on the scoreboard. At the core of Fast Freddy's Rod Shop is a group of car enthusiasts with diverse backgrounds that make up a dream team that design, build, and create some of the most unique custom cars in the country. Thank you for your continued support, Fast Freddy's Rod Shop. I can squeeze one more in here from Fast Shocks. Car not leaving how you like? Want to do bigger wheel stands? Who doesn't? Reach out to Fast Shocks Suspension Solutions. The racer-owned business of Randy and Michael Manns have decades of experience making any type of vehicle suspension launch when it matters most. Race car or street car, don't delay. Reach out to Fast Shocks today. Find them online at fastshocks.com. Looks like we've got everything cleaned up on the top end. We just need to get our personnel back to their positions. Once we do that, we will continue with our time trial action. Once again, Super Pro, you should be in staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your second time trial session. You've had a little extra time to get there. And once we finish that Super Pro session, which will come after our bike sleds, we'll be ready to start competition today here at Rock Falls Raceway. So, King of the Hill, you are on very low alert, but you'll be putting dial-ins on your cars the next time you come up to staging. So, not making the call yet. We still got Super Pro to go. Bike sled and the remainder of Pro before we finish all our time trials and start today's elimination action. Also a reminder, while we got some quiet, I believe there are buybacks available in every class. So if you have the unfortunate situation of losing round 1, you can go to registration, buy yourself back, and then you're in round 2. Just as simple as that. You don't have to go home. You can give it another shot in a buyback. As we continue on. Looks like we got just a couple of pairs and a single yet for Pro, and then we'll be going into bike sled. So bike sled, you can saddle up. Get ready for your second time trial. Shortly after that, we'll be going to Super Pro. And there goes the last pro time trial of the day. So we move into our bike sled class. Wow, 809 at 166 for Nate Bramer in the right lane. That is one fast motorcycle. I gotta believe it's turbocharged. It leaves really soft. Almost in the sevens. 809, 166 miles an hour. That's fantastic. Super Pro, we should have you all in the lanes and ready to go. Saddle up, Super Pro, saddle up. You're coming out right now. Saddle up, Super Pro drivers. You're coming out for your second time trial. Second and final time trial of the day before eliminations start. So if you're not in the lanes, you're going to miss it. So we're getting to the end of our Super Pro time trials. King of the Hill, you are on high alert. Junior Street, you are on low alert. As soon as we're done, we're going to load the lanes up with King of the Hill for round 1. We're going to have an invocation. We're going to hear some national anthems. Going racing. Big time. 2 cars go down, 1 car comes back, except during the buyback round. Then you have your option of buying your way back into round 2. Always worth the money once you're here to buy back. Cheapest money you'll ever spend is getting back in a race you've lost in first round. As soon as we get the lanes cleared of the last few Super Pro cars, bring up our King of the Hill cars. It's going to be another minute. Got some lollygaggers at the back of the staging lanes in Super Pro. of the Hill, this is your call for round one racing action, round one of 2024. King of the Hill, bring them on up, staging lanes 1 and 2. At this time, I will also ask for junior street lanes 5 and 6. Uncle Jim throwing down some donuts. Everybody's getting honed in. Round one. So King of the Hill, we need you to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. 1 and 2 for King of the Hill for round one. So make sure you have your dial in along with your car number on the side of your window, right side window preferably. You have to put it on the right front of the windshield. You need to be able to read that. You need to have a dial in on your car because you are entering down. Same with Junior Street. We need dial-ins on windows. Right side windows, preferably. We can't read anything on the left side of the car. So once again, King of the Hill, staging lanes 1 and 2 for round one. And have dial-ins on the windows, ready to go, ready to race. Same for Junior Street. Junior Street, staging lanes 5 and 6. All right, everybody, before we start our race day, we have Brenna Schaefer here from Racers for Christ with our invocation.
Good afternoon. Let us pray. Lord, please place a hand of protection over all of our drivers, pit crews, staff, and race fans. We pray for a safe and sticky track. Please ease all anxieties of the racers and bless each pass that they make today. Lord, we thank you for this day. Amen.
Thank you, Brenna. And now for the playing of our Canadian and United States national anthems. And now, let's go racing. Saddle up, King of the Hill. You're coming out right now, round one of the 2024 season. Coming at you right now. Our first pair coming to the starting line. Right side, that's John Hansen out of Eau Claire. In his Firebird, he's dialed in 940. Going to be chasing down Carl Whamoff. Whamoff in the 55 Chevy. Left side comes dialed in at an 1163. First pair to go down the track in search of Gold Rush points, season championships, and all the glory and fun that goes with that. Good luck to all competitors. Whamoff has trouble holding the car back as he was power braking it. Rolls through the beams, goes red. True start takes a while to kick in. But John Hansen was ready. 006 runs it out the back door, goes 961 on the 940. He'll be back for round two. Just because you lose doesn't mean you have to go home. Buybacks available in registration for all classes. Gets you right back into round 2. Right now, Ken Drana, left side, 1269, gets the win. He's 14 on the tree as Cole Kennedy in the right lane goes 4 foul red. Next pair out, Will Hale in the left lane, dials up a 1082. Gonna get a baby head start from Jacob Schaefer. That is Renna Schaefer, our invocation. So kind of her from Racers for Christ to give that. That is tree comes down, away they go. Green lights a pair. Will Hale with an incredible double 04 light turns it into a win on the double breakout. Breaks out by 500ths less than Jacob Schaefer, but they both broke out by a ton. Over a 10th for Schaefer, almost a 10th for Hale. Wow. I don't know what that means. We're going to find out. Next pair up, Joey Heimer, left side. In that Challenger stock car, Kurt Wamoff just took off in the right lane and gets the lead. Double 03 for Kurt Wamoff on his 1154 dial. He'll run it out the back door on that free pass. He goes 1152, another breakout. Something's going on weather-wise. Let's take a look at air density online, see if we can see what's happening. I know the wind has probably changed, so that may have something to do with it. Looks like it's more of a side wind. The flags are really stiff right now. 28 mile an hour wind right now, almost 29. And it is southwest, so it has switched from southeast to southwest. Probably an answer and an indication of more breakouts to come. Next pair now, Garth Zenke in the Mustang, left side. He's on a aggressive 1164. That's Marty Weller. In the Chevy, right lane, dialed 1160, both green lights. Reaction time favors Zenke, but he breaks it out. Taking a 10th stripe. Weller, your winner, right lane. Joe Frisch, left side in the Maverick. 1035 the dial, going to be chasing Tiffany Badur. Badur dialed 1130 over here in the right lane. Tiffany has a huge reaction time advantage. As long as she doesn't break out, she's going to win. She doesn't, and she does. Gets there a half a second in front of Joel Frisch. As Frisch was 500ths over, but tardy on the tree is what led to that problem. Tiffany Badur moving on. Jeremy Schaff now left side in the Camaro. Dials up a 1258. Chris Kennedy here in the right lane. 1032 the dial in his 67 Chevelle. Double red lights. The least offending red light becomes your winner, and that is Chris Kennedy's 6 foul red. Goes 1032 on the 1032. By virtue of the true start, he is your winner. Jeremy Schaff was 67 red. James Marks now, yesterday's Gambler winner, combo Gambler winner over there in the left lane, dials up 1141. Almost heads up with Kevin Post over here in the right lane, dial 1043. Off they go. Green lights a pair. Post is getting there. I can't tell. Looks like he is. Does not get there. He had the better reaction time. He was 34 to James Marks's 67. He did get there first by 500ths, but on the double breakout, he broke out by 25 thou more than James Marks. In a double breakout situation, whoever breaks out by the least is your winner, and that was James Marks. Left lane. Brent Henry now, left side. Camaro in the right lane, 10.93 the dial. Reaction time advantage favoring the Ford Maverick, and he turns it into a win. Running 5 over the dial after a 33 light. Getting there by 6 thou for the win. Camaro in the right lane also broke out, so kind of a double loss there for him. But hey, it doesn't matter. You only have to pay one re-entry fee, one buyback fee. Head on down to registration, buy back, and you're automatically in the second round. Chris Schwartz now. There, Anderson in the Camaro right lane, dials up 11.14. Pair of green lights. Reaction time advantage favoring the Chevy Camaro. He'll turn it into a win. As Chris Schwartz was tardy on the tree and couldn't make up the difference, even though he ran dead on, he still ended up 14 thou behind with no chance of winning. Locked out, we call that. Better reaction time and better package put up by Darren Anderson in the right lane. Ashley Velour in the, I'm going to say 69 Pontiac Firebird. I could be wrong. 11.08 the dial. Over here in the right lane, Mike Simmons, 1380 the dial in his fairway. Off they go. Ashley goes 41 red as Simmons was very green, 122 green. Out the back door on his 1380, he runs 1371, way under. But he's moving on by virtue of the red light. Next pair, Bill Sedlacek out of Cadott in his Ford Mustang, dials up 11.59. Jeff Johnson out of Elk Mound, real close, dials 11.35 in his S10 over here in the right lane. Sedlacek goes red. Jeff Johnson goes very green, but green is better than red in this sport. He runs 200ths under on his dial, but he'll be advancing to round 2 without having to go to the buyback window. Next pair, Anthony Nelson. Left side, 11.86 the dial. Going to get chased very hard by Dan Crownhart. Crownhart out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, in that beautiful Chevy 2, dial 10 flat. Both drivers away with green light starts, but they're 900ths apart. Anthony Nelson, 009 on the tree, breaks it out by 19 thou, handing the win over to Crownhart. Crownhart was 99 green and 8 over the dial, but that's good enough for the win by virtue of the breakout by Nelson. Rob Juarez now on the 2019 Indian motorcycle, left side, dial 1065. Chasing down Ryan Holt, 94 Camaro. Dialed in with an 11.99. He's way out there, way out there, way out there, and holy moly, he broke it out by 7/10. 3/4 of a second. Hands the win back to Juarez. I don't think weather accounts for that. Something going on there. I'm not sure what, but Ryan Hull with the personal best. How's that? Rob Juarez moving on to the motorcycle. Corey Wamoff now in the El Camino, left side, 11.67. Going to get chased by Monahan. We'll get that name figured out. Dial 1043 in that lovely yellow S10. Turns it into a win. And runs 2 over the dial. As Wamoff was tardy on the tree, broke it out, trying to catch her, ends up 27 thou behind, but no good. Next pair, David Ludowies in the left lane, dials 1045. Going to be chasing Cindy Hare over here in the right lane in her Camaro, dialed 1357. Reaction time advantage goes to the Chevrolet. That is blue in color, but he can't turn it into a win as he breaks it out. Cindy Hare, 60 on the tree, 300ths over. Good enough for the win as David Ludowies was 10 on the tree. Great reaction time, but breaks it out by 32, taking a 10th. Junior dragsters, I see you're lining everything up. We appreciate that. Junior streets in the lanes. Street Eliminator, we need you to staging lanes 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Junior dragster, if you're not in the staging lanes, we need you to staging lanes 7 and 8. Street Eliminator, we need you to staging lanes 1 and 2 for your round 1 competition. And of course, that means Pro ET, you are on high alert. But we're going to make our transition to Junior Street. We'll get Street Eliminator in the lanes. We'll run them out. Then we'll go to Junior Dragsters. And we'll keep that rotation throughout the day until we're out of cars. Street Eliminator, we are inviting you to the staging lanes, 1 and 2, please. We have Junior Street. Going to travel around the burn boxes. Not many of them run slick, so they can't have, I think they have to run greater than 9 flat in the 8th mile. To be a Junior Street car. These are drivers that are not of driving age yet, but they have a co-driver with them that is of driving age. And it's a way to introduce your youngin to the sport without buying a junior dragster. And they can usually race the family car that you already have here. So here we go, round 1 of Junior Street. Ivan Bolig in the left lane, dialed in 998. Lily Hansen over here in the right lane. I'm going to call it a 78 Concourse Nova, dialed 964. Bolig in the Mopar wagon. On down the track they go, hitting the 8th mile finish line. Lights were pretty close, but Lily Hansen runs closer to the dial, gets there by 700ths, taking the win in the Nova in the right lane. Next pair up, that's Ellie Lindberg. Ellie dialed 914. Tyler Burkholder over here in the right lane, dialed 10 flat in the Mustang. And you'll probably hear some of these names again once we get to Junior Dragster, because some of these drivers are competing in both classes. Reaction time advantage goes to Tyler in the Ford Mustang. He turns it into a win. He's 77 on the tree. And on the 10 flat, runs 10:04 and gets there by almost a 10th. Ellie Lindberg just behind with a 1:06 reaction time, runs a 10th off the dial, ends up in second place. But again, just because you're in second place in round 1 doesn't mean you're done. You can buy back and get yourself into round 2. Getting the buy run of this round because there is an odd number of cars. I don't have a name for you, sorry for that. 10:15 the dial for the Mustang in the right lane. Off they go. $153 on the tree. And on the 10:15 dial goes 10:11. 39 thou under, but breakout doesn't matter on a buy run. Go as fast as you want, as long as you don't cross the center line. This is a licensing run coming up now. This is not a competition run, but a license run in Junior Street. So next time we come back, hopefully they'll be in competition. They'll be done licensing. Once again, thank you, Junior Dragsters, for coming on up in staging lanes 7 and 8. We got a licensing pass for a pro mod looking Studebaker. We'll run that down. We'll run out Street Eliminator. Then we'll switch over to Junior Dragster, which means Pro ET, you are still on high alert. Still on high alert, Pro ET. So this is a non-competition pass. This is a licensing pass for this Pro Mod Studebaker. I think this thing was out here a few weeks ago. If I remember right, which my memory is terrible. Car was able to go 470 something at 147 in the 8. I'm just guessing though. So if they can hook this thing up, it's got potential to be very, very fast. Obviously supercharged and injected. I can't tell you what's in it for a motor. One would assume it's a big one. It could be a Hemi, who knows? Here we go. Hang on to your hats. It's going to get loud. I'm going to say that was up on 2 wheels. Had it launching a little crooked, aimed it towards the center line, drove it back as best he could, and lifted, which was the smartest thing to do, as the right side tires were not on the ground anymore as he was trying to correct it. Kept it straight, kept it off the wall. We're happy for that. A lot of power there. Things happen in a hurry. In a hurry, they'll happen. And if something's going bad, it'll happen even faster. So, good job there. As we're loading up the lanes, moving up the street Eliminator cars to the head of staging. Going to make the call for Pro ET round 1. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And here we are, first pair. Street Eliminator, Trent Barnhart, right side, 1434, first to lead. Getting chased by Alex Schultz over in the left lane, 1175 the dial for the Chevy SS. Pair of green lights, fairly close. Getting there first, not breaking out. Alex Schultz comes from behind, gets there by 400ths for the win. Running 1 off the dial, just 1 off the dial. Barnhart was 900ths off the dial. That was enough to let Schultz by. Next pair now, Brandon Crownhart over here in the El Camino. Right side, dials 1415. I think that's a G8. Dials up to 1266. Another pair of green lights, reaction time advantage favoring the El Camino. He's out in front by quite a bit, but breaks it out. Oh, that's too bad. On the double breakout, he breaks it out. By 700ths, G8 breaks it out by only 9 thou by virtue of the least of 2 offenses. G8 moving on with the victory. Right now, Tim Merrick left side, 1209 to dial in that 68, I believe, Hurst Olds. Chasing down the Corvette over here in the right lane of Lance Dolan, dial 1364. Reaction time advantage going to the Corvette. He gets there first, but he also breaks it out. Breaks it out by a little over 600ths. As Tim Merrick breaks it out by 500ths. Your winner, Tim Merrick by virtue of another double breakout. Breaks it out by 2.5 hundredths less than the Corvette. James Keating now left side in the pickup truck. Michael Mizunski over here in the right lane, dial 1260. Had to wait a long time. Big charge on the top end. See brake lights on the truck, and he gets the job done. James Keating was 10 on the tree and had a long margin to work with. As Mozinski in the right lane was a little tardy and had trouble running the number. Keating moving on in the Dodge pickup. Next pair out, that's Joe Badur. Badur dialed 1345 in his 69 big block Camaro. I like the looks of that car, and I like the fact it's got a big block in it. Very unassuming. Looks like he's got 307 or 327 emblems on it. Right side here, 1379 the dial. In the LT1 powered C28 Generation 4 Camaro. Generation 1 versus Generation 4. Reaction time advantage favoring the Camaro. The one in the left lane, he gets there first, but breaks it out the most. He gets there by almost 3/10. Joe Badur, not going to like that time slip. As he got there by almost a car length, and well, certainly half a car length or 3/4. Breaks it out for the loss. Next pair, Corey Hansen left side, 1276 the dial in his Impala 78, I believe. He's out of West Salem. Chasing down the Mustang in the right lane, 1573 the dial. Both drivers away with green light starts, but the better green light going to Corey Hansen. He turns it into a win. He had 2/10 to work with on the starting line. Was able to take a 1/10.5 stripe, and that's good enough for the win. Corey Hansen moving on. Now with our buy of this round, odd number of cars. I think we had 13. Buck Smith dials 1417 in his Mustang GT. I'm going to say that's about a 94, 95. Off he goes. He's green on the tree. See how close he gets to that 1417 dial. He's got a free pass here into the next round. He goes 1428. He'll readjust the dial and probably polish up that reaction time, and he'll be back. He'll be back. Going into round 2. That ends this first round of Street Eliminator. Cars at the back of lane 1. I don't want you getting wadded up back there. We got 2 other lanes open. Lanes 3 and 4 are open. If you don't have paint on either side of your car, you are not in a staging lane. So all 4 lanes are open. There's no need to, like I say, get wadded up back there and back, because if you're not in a staging lane, you're really not in the race. So staging lanes 3 and 4, bring them up. Move them over, bring them up, do what you got to do. There's plenty of room in the staging lanes, ladies and gentlemen. Right now we're moving our junior dragsters up. And we'll be going into round 1 of our junior dragster minors, followed by intermediates, then advanced. 3 different age groups here. The minors, I believe, are 6 to 9-year-old. The intermediates are 10 to 12-year-old. And the advanced are 13 on up to 17. If you're 18, I think you age out. Also, there's different speeds involved. In the advanced, I think you can dial down to a 790. In the intermediate, I believe it's 890. And in the minors, I don't know if it's age dependent or not. I know it's around 1190. I'll do some research there. Get back to you on that. So once again, Pro ET drivers, staging lanes 3 and 4 are open. I can't have you getting all wadded up back there at the back of 1 and 2 because technically you're not in a staging lane if there's not paint on either side of your car. So feel free to move those cars up in staging lanes 3 and 4. Going on down the track, I can see that's Brooklyn Hop over there in the left lane. Hayden Hansen over in the right, and your winner is Brooklyn Hop. I remember watching Brooklyn make her first laps out here. She was the cutest little thing, and she still is. She turns it into a win, 68 on the tree, 5 over the dial, gets there by 2.5 tenths. Your winner, Brooklyn Hop. Hayden Hansen, a little tardy on the tree. Also 5 over on the dial, but by virtue of the reaction time, Brooklyn moving on to round 2 without having to go to the buyback window. This is Junior Dragster Minor. Next pair, Michaela Valur over in the left lane, dials 1220. Ruth Cairo over here in the right lane, dialed up 1221, almost heads up. Both drivers in, and down comes the tree. You can see Michaela get the jump on the starting line, but unfortunately she goes 10 red, 10 foul. Ruthie Cairo is green, and on the 1221, she runs 3 over her dial for the win at 48 miles an hour. Michaela in the left lane, after going red, also runs quite a bit under the dial. They'll retune that or redial it and come back for round 2 if they choose to buy back. I believe that was the last of our junior minors. Moving into junior intermediate. So once again, pro cars, if there's any of you left to come in the lanes, come on up in 3 and 4. With the junior dragsters clearing out, I'm going to make a call for Mike Sled. Mike Sled, come on up, staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Mike Sled, Mike Sled, Mike Sled, this is your call to staging. In the intermediates, we have Peyton Bremer in the left lane, taking the win, 62 on the tree. On the double breakout, she breaks it out by 2 tenths less. Don't have a name on file for the dragster in the right, but we'll work on that. Hopefully we'll get that tuned up for next round. Next pair up, left side, Bryn Reynolds, dialed 898. Right side, Logan Dorn, 906. Again, the intermediate class, they can go as fast as 890. Dorn in the right lane, out of Isanti, Minnesota. Nice red, white, and blue flag on the dragster. That's a great looking car. And as we say with the big cars, Logan Dorn is chucking donuts. Trip, zip for the reaction time. Runs it on through, gets behind, and that helps him out because by virtue of the double breakout, he is your winner. Logan Dorn, trip, zip. Trip, zip. Wow. That forces your opponent sometimes into making mistakes, but Bryn Reynolds broke it out by more than Logan Dorn. Dorn, your winner. Wow. Trip, zip. That's an awesome light, Logan. In fact, they don't get any better. I think it's our first trip, zip of eliminations, as a matter of fact. Next pair, Keegan Millage. Left side, dialed 948. Right side, Dylan Hansen out of Rosemont, dialed 890. And his Hot Wheels named dragster. Keegan, I'm not sure if he's a Mopar fan, but he's got a Scat Pack emblem on the side of his dragster. That's pretty cool. True start in effect. The lesser of the two red lights going to Dylan Hansen. He'll get the win, runs it out the back door on his 890, goes 892. He was 32 red, but Keegan Millage was 46 red, which is worse, and hands the win over to Dylan Hansen. Keegan also broke it out by a bunch, but it doesn't matter. He was already red and had lost that race. Now we move into our advanced juniors. You see dial-ins down around the 790 range. This is the 13 to 17 age group. Skylar Bramer in the left lane, dialed 805. Claire McDonough, dialed 796 over here in the right. Red hands the win over to Claire McDonough. McDonough, 247 green, breaks it out by a bunch. At 83 miles an hour, will be coming back in round two as a winner. Skylar Bremer may be coming back if he buys back. He broke it out by 800. Going 14 thou red. Car 5601, if you would see Larry in staging, we would appreciate that. Car 5601, if you would see Larry in staging. In the left lane, the lesser of two red lights again. Ellie moving on. I'm going to say Ellie was our winner in last night's Junior Dragster Gambler race. Autumn Sullivan goes 76 red. Again, the lesser of the two offenses is Ellie going 56 red. She's your winner. Both drivers break it out. But doesn't matter. The red light decides the race before the breakout becomes an effect. Next pair coming up, Thomas Conan. Left side, 797 his dial. Ty Reynolds, 808. Out of Cologne, Minnesota, in the right lane. Both drivers in and stage. Tree comes down. Somewhat close in lights. Reaction time advantage going to Ty Reynolds, but he can't hold him off. He breaks it out by 21 thou after a 25 light as Tom Conan goes 53, dead 8. 61 total. Good enough. Ty Reynolds took a little bit too much stripe and broke it out. Next pair up, left side, Kimberly Bolig, dials 850. Looks like she's going to be racing her brother. Dial 790, Ivan in the right lane. Father Craig, I think, is doing double duty, trying to get both cars in and staged. I'm not sure they wanted to race each other. Okay, looks like we got them both in. Oh, Ivan's in. Runs it on down the track. And on the double breakout, he will advance. He had the better of the two lights by over a tenth. He breaks it out by 39 thou as Kimberly Bolig breaks it out by over a tenth. Your winner, Ivan Bolig, right lane. Last car to go down the track, getting the bye. 855 the dial. I believe that's a Lindbergh. Tattoos the tree, goes 65 on the tree on the 855, runs 863. Moving on to round two. We're going to do a little broom and groom on the racetrack. Thank you, Pro, for coming up and getting in the lanes. At White Honda, if you're in Pro, you may as well come up in lane 3 or 4. Bike sled, bike sled, bike sled. Staging lanes 7 and 8, please, for your first round. Super Pro, you are on low alert. Low alert for Super Pro. Once again, Pro ET cars at the back of the lane. Staging lanes 3 and 4 are open. Please get in a lane. Once again, if you don't have paint on either side of your car, you are not in a staging lane. We got plenty of room for you in staging lanes 3 and 4. Bike Sled, you've been called to staging lanes 7 and 8. And Super Pro, you are on low alert. Low alert. It's a good time to head on down to the Quarter Mile Cafe. Get yourself something to eat, snack on. All kinds of good things down there. Jake's Quality Auto Repair. Quality auto work and repair needed? Make sure you visit Jake's Quality Auto Repair. Conveniently located in White Bear Lake, Minnesota, leave all your concerns behind by taking your machine to Jake's Quality Auto Repair. Owned and operated by racers for racers. Reach out to Brad at jakesqualityauto.com to get your problems fixed. Lou's Hot Rod Shop. Whether it's a project car or new additions, bring your ride to Lou's Hot Rod Shop. If your car needs it, Lou can provide it all. Owned and operated by racers. You know you'll be taken care of the moment your car comes off the trailer. See the awesome results of their work at lou'shotrodsshop.com. I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. In registration, there are raffle tickets for a raffle for Joshua's Camp. Joshua's Camp is a charity that helps out the families of kids that are fighting cancer here in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Rock Falls supports Joshua's Camp, also SeaTech and the Badger Classic race coming up at the end of June. All supporters of Joshua's Camp. $5,000 grand prize for a $20 ticket. $1,000 second prize. $500 third prize. So well worth it. You can buy one ticket for $20. If you have $100, you can buy 5 tickets. No limit on the amount of tickets you can buy for Joshua's Camp. And we thank each and every one of you who does buy a ticket for that. I know I'll be on my way down there before this weekend is over. Metropolis Resort. Want to get away? Head on over to Metropolis Resort. Amazing rooms, Chaos Water Park, and Action City go-karting, trampoline park, arcade, and much, much more. Enjoy the views, have a birthday party, or get away for the weekend at Metropolis Resort. Book now at metropolisresort.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Gain presents a tale of longing and long-lasting scent. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Add Gain scent beads for an even longer lasting scent.
inside and out and love strange, so real in the dark. Think of the tender things that we were working on. Slow change may pull us apart when the light gets into your heart, baby. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. Will you stand above me? Look my way, never love me. Rain keeps falling down, down, down. Will you recognize me? Call my name or walk on by. Rain keeps falling down, 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 down. Hey, 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 hey. Don't you try and pretend it's my feeling. Will win in the end. I won't harm you or touch your defenses. Vanity, insecurity. Don't you forget about me. I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Going to take you apart. I put us back together at heart, baby. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. As you walk on by, will you call my name? As you walk on by, will you call my name? When you walk away. Or will you walk away? Will you walk away?
Just taking a look at my air density online one more time. Nothing you don't already know. Temperature's gotten a little warmer. Density altitude's gotten a little bit higher, another 200 feet, 3,400 feet on the density altitude. And the wind is still pretty strong. Out of the southwest, you can see the flags blowing. So it switched from a southeast wind to a southwest wind. Certainly answers why so many cars are picking up and breaking out. Got another sponsor read here. Midwest Family. Midwest Family is your source for hits across western Wisconsin. 105.1 for news and sports. 95.9 Farm, F-A-R-M, is your source for classic country. 92.9, the real X, I should say the X, real rock. 94.1, adult contemporary. 98.1, greatest hits. And 104.5, wax, country. In addition to this, Midwest offers digital marketing, streaming TV, and much, much more. Connect today at midwestfamilyofcompanies.org. Got some more spray going down on the track. Gives me time to read another sponsor. Muscle Car Restoration, or MCR. Muscle Car Restorations are committed to providing the highest quality, detail-driven automobile restorations available in the industry. Their quality speaks for itself, and very loudly. When you see the results, with an open workmanship policy and emphasis on keeping customers in the loop, rest at ease knowing that your valuable property is in good hands. Get your project started at musclecarrestorations.com.
You know I'm a dreamer, but my heart's of gold. I had to run away high so I wouldn't come home low. Just when things went right doesn't mean they're always wrong. Just take this song and you'll never feel left all alone. Take me to your heart, feel me in your bones. Just one more night and I'm coming off of this long and winding road. I'm on my way, I'm on my way home, sweet home. Tonight, tonight I'm on my way, I'm on my way home, sweet home.
A new coating of traction compound put on the newly regroomed surface. Tells us that we're ready to continue with racing action here at Rock Falls Raceway. As Larry sends the car up out of staging, it's a hot stage. We prepare for round one of Pro ET. I believe we're racing for $2,000 in Pro ET, same with Super Pro. $2,000 to the winner. A lot of money, a lot of prestige. Pardon me, racing for points, season points also. Many rewards for season champions. And here we go with the first pair. Brandon Winrich in the left lane, dials up 1158, going to get chased by Bruce Lang. Lang out of Marathon, Wisconsin, in his 69 Barracuda. Dials up a 965. I believe we have Hemi power in this Barracuda. This is Mopar True and True, which makes it one of your announcers' favorites. Off they go. Identical 046 lights. And Bruce Lang slams the door on the 965, goes 965 with a 5. Brandon Winrich breaks it out by 34 thou. Had to run dead 0 to dead 4 in order to win that race. Again, they both had identical reaction times. Bruce Lang moving on. William Paul now left side, 1165 the dial in his Cutlass. Tom Reimers out of Cottage Grove has a 1050 dial. Reaction time advantage going to the old Cutlass, and if he doesn't break it out, he's going to win, but he did break it out, and he won't win. Tom Reimers, very tardy on the tree, but by virtue of the breakout, is advancing to round 2, not going to the buyback window. Uncle Jim goes 11 thou red, hands the win over to Ken Drana. Just a reminder, if you have not made it through your round and you want to buy back, the buyback window for your class closes at the end of round 2. So keep that in mind. If you're going to buy back, do it as quickly as possible. That's what we're saying. Dale Hildred now left side, 10-17 in the Camaro. Off they go. Witt has a good light, but it pales in comparison to Hildred. Marv Witt goes 19. They both break it out, but break it out by 14 thou less after 3 thou at the stripe. Dale Hildred, your winner. And if you can follow those numbers, you are a fan of bracket racing. Coming up now, Zaravko. I'm going to say Haver. Although he's out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. Maybe it's Javor. In that 69 Camaro in the left lane, tiles 868. Mike Davis tiles 1060. As you can see, Zaravko diving in a little too deep, and he lets it go. It goes 116 red. Hands the win over to Mikey Amos. Both drivers breaking out. And the theme continues. Terry Peterson now left side in that, I'm going to say 72 Duster. Dials up on 1177. Going to get chased by Todd Kennedy over here in the right lane in his 69 Firebird, dial 1019. Both drivers away with green light starts. The better reaction time favoring the Duster in the left lane. Turns it into the win. Goes 57 and dead on with the 7. 64 total. Locks out Todd Kennedy. Kennedy was 91 in the tree. 7th thou under. And it still left him 2 hundredths behind at the finish line. Terry Peterson, your winner. James Marks now 1140 the dial left side. Getting a big head start from Tom Podman. Podman dialed 919 in the Mustang. Right lane. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage favoring the Chevrolet in the left lane, and on the double breakout, breaking up by only 14 thou. Getting there by 600ths, sorry. James Marks, your winner. Todd Podman. Tom Podman was 101 on the tree. 28 thou under for the loss. Chris Anfang Ampang out of Prescott, Wisconsin, or Florida, depending on what time of the year it is. Dials 932 in his Cuda, or Barracuda. Pat Kelly over here in the right lane. His Firebird. Big reaction time advantage going to the Mopar. Zampang does not break it out. Goes 26 on the tree, 1 over his dial. Gets there by 600ths for the win. Kelly, 135 on the tree, 32 thou under, and still behind. Up now, Brent H. We had a name on this one earlier. Left side, I can't read the name on the right lane Camaro. 1040, Camaro goes red. Hands the win over to Brent. Both drivers break out. Kevin Post now doing double duty, running King of the Hill and Pro. In the left lane now, dial 1038, going to chase Tom Meyer. Meyer, 68, right, Meyer looking back, gets the win. 003 on the tree, had over a 10th in his pocket on the starting line. Does not break it out, gets there by 400ths. Good driving on his part, slows it down to 106 for the win. Just textbook right there by Tony Meyer, but a big starting line advantage let him do that. Dalton Johnson now left side, 1023. Reaction time, regulates the finish line, takes 400ths, running 7 over, almost 8. As he was 26 on the tree, and like I say, he had over a 10th advantage on the starting line. Even though Leisden ran dead on his dial, he had no chance by virtue of a tardy reaction time. Christopher Takis now. Left side, dials 1073, spot 3 seconds to Mike Simons. Simons, dial 1373, over here in the right lane, in the fair lane. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage going to the Canadian. He turns it into a win. 24 on the tree, 6 over, taking 500ths. Scrubbing 12 miles an hour or better. Your winner, Christopher Takis. Matt Cheney. I'm not sure if that's Matt Cheney, but we'll say it's Matt Cheney since that's what the screen says. Dials 965 in the Vega. Left side, Matt Fowler. Right side. Anybody's races are only separated by 4 thou. Is there going to be a double breakout? Yes, there is. And coming out on the bad side of that is Pat Haubrich. He had a 4 thou advantage in his pocket. But by virtue of the double breakout, breaking out by 4 thou less, going 39 thou under, Matt Cheney, your winner in the left lane. Bruce Van Stratton now. The other side of the state, miles of 1006. He's going to be your winner, as Darren Heide was dial 1007 in the right, goes 003 red, hands the win over Van Stratton. Van Stratton is green. 13 over, hopefully letting out of it. Had a little trouble getting off the starting line. I think that might be a newer vehicle for him, and he's getting it dialed in, as Bruce always does. Vehicles usually don't spend a long time not performing. Jack Weiler now. Left side, 980 the dial. In his Camaro. Brett Schultz, 932 the dial in the right lane. big reaction time advantage. Going to Jack. He's going to turn it into a win. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, my gosh. He's going to be sick. 35 on the tree. Breaks it out 3 thou. Hard on the brakes. As Schultz was 173 on the tree. 200ths over. And over a 10th behind for the win. Jason Charlton now left side, 1051 the dial. Giving 200ths away to the Monte Carlo over here in the right lane, dial 10. And off they go. Jason Charlton knows what's going on. He's already ahead of the Monte Carlo. And he'll turn it into a win. He's 18 on the tree. Running 5 over, taking almost a 10th. Your winner, Jason Charlton, Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Barry Bart's now in the gasser in the left lane. I'm going to say it's a 32 Ford. It may not be, but that's what I'm going to call it. He's got a big block Chevy in it. I can see that from here. He's dialed 1066, taking on Rudy Suki. Suki dialed 932 over here in the right lane in that beautiful Chevy SS. In case you missed the winner's interview with him a couple weeks ago, that car used to be a 4-door and he made it into a 2-door. Rudy on his game. Catches up before the 1,000-foot mark. Goes 11, dead on with a 3. 14 total, taking a 10th and a half. If you're not going to break out, it doesn't matter how big the margin is. Rudy Suki, your winner, as Barry Bartz was very tardy on the tree and broke it out by over 600ths for the loss. Kenny Thornell over in the left lane. Dials up at 948. Going to be chasing down David Ludowies. Ludowies dialed 1042. Over here in the right lane in his Beretta. Ludowies misses a tree, but it doesn't matter. 157 red hands the win over to Ludowies on the 1042 dial. Ludowies runs 1 thou under, almost right on. As Thornell runs 2 over the number after his red light loss. Jeremy Hare over there in the Mustang in the left lane, dials up a 1010. Giving a baby head start to Mike Amos Jr. Amos Jr. got 1031 right side. Reaction time advantage going to the yellow Monza. He turns it almost locked out Jeremy Hare. As Hare was 104 and 5 over, leaves him 45 thou behind at the finish line for the loss. Joe Lindbergh now. And I think that's a 94 Camaro. Lou's Hot Rod Shop on the side of that. Done a lot of work on that car. 10 flat the dial. Chris Fuller over here in the right lane. And his Camaro dials up at 930. Only 100th advantage on the starting line going. Oh, we got the... something let go on the top end of that Camaro, or it locked up, one of the two. He got it stopped on the side. He's okay. He'll take the win as Joe Lindbergh broke it out by 5 thou in the middle of that mess. Yeah, Chris Fuller was scrubbing a ton of mile an hour trying to get behind. And he was behind, but I'm guessing the brakes locked up on that, and he kept it straight, thankfully. That's not easy to do I see the door opening on the car, and he's stepping out, but he's looking underneath to see what may or may not have happened. He did run over 0.2 off the dial, so maybe something was letting go on the way down the track, and he may not have been hard on the brakes. Yeah, that's more like a lot of smoke come out of that car. He was looking underneath it, trying to see what pieces or parts might have been falling out of it. That's never a good sign. We got safety down there checking up on him. We'll get things checked out. We'll see if there's any fluid on the track, and we'll get him moved off, and we'll resume racing as soon as we possibly can and as safely as we possibly can. So we'll be down for a few minutes. Again, it's a good time to stop over at the Quarter Mile Cafe and get yourself something to eat. Get an ice cream treat. Buy something for your favorite staff member here at Rock Falls Raceway and deliver it to them. That would be nice. Don't like to see it on the track, but we're happy it's here. The Wisconsin State Lottery dually heading on down the track. Hopefully just to tow that Camaro off. Chris Fuller did win that race, which is little consolation right now, I'm sure. As the Wisconsin State Lottery dually gets down there, the Wisconsin State Lottery safety truck already there. So if he did have some engine problems, I'll say one thing, that's why you have diapers on your car. Because that could have been a very, very bad situation if you didn't have a diaper and had a bunch of oil escape. At that end of the track, only bad things can happen. While we have some quiet here, I'll read our next sponsor, Nicollet Bank. Keep your money in good hands by trusting the folks at Nicollet Bank, located all across Wisconsin. Supporting customers, shareholders, and employees alike, Nicollet's core values are to keep you happy. Real people, real conversations, member FDIC. Open an account today at nicolletbank.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Shop O'Reilly Auto Parts from your phone and pick up your parts in store or have them shipped to you. Get the parts you want, how you want them, with O'Reilly Auto Parts. When your check engine light comes on, don't take a chance on your repairs. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts to have your check engine codes read and a list of possible fixes. And it sounds like there are no fluids. They're getting the Camaro off the big end of the track. And we should be up and running shortly. Shannon Auto Glass. Need a chip fixed? Need new glass? Shannon Auto Glass is your one-stop shop for all of your glass needs. Shannon Auto Glass offers top-notch service and won't stop until you're satisfied. Visit Shannon Auto Glass, the best racer-owned and operated glass shop, ready to service your needs. Tool Grid. Tool Grid organization systems will take your toolbox to the next level. Customized to your exact needs with systems built for whatever tools you have. Remove the frustration of missing tools and not knowing where something is by getting a Tool Grid system today. Order now at toolgridsystem.com. Round one. Phil Johnson, left side, dials up on 11:54. Getting just a baby head start from Art McCluskey, dialed 11:24. His Monte Carlo, right side. On the starting line there. And if Art McCluskey and Phil Johnson are so inclined, we will accept them back for a rerun on that deal. Next pair, John Blomberg, left side, dials up at 10:27. Going to be chasing down Joe Badur. Badur dialed 13:30 in his Camaro, right lane. Separated by only one thou, getting there first, not breaking out on the brakes. Joe Badur goes 33, gets behind by 6 thou, going dead on with the 2, as John Blomberg was 32 on the tree, breaks it out by 3 thou. Had to go dead on 0 or to dead on 3 to win that race. Extremely close racing by cars that were separated by 2.5 tenths. Morgan McDonough over there in the left lane, dials 10. Gets the win as the Firebird in the right lane goes 24 red. Morgan McDonough goes 10 green on the 1044, runs 1044 with a 414 total. One heck of a first round package for Morgan in the win. Jeff Serene now left side, his Suzuki, dials up 938. Jake Hansen dials 981 in the right lane in that 70 Chevelle. another close one, separated by only 2 thou. Your winner, Jake Hansen. Serene gets there first, breaks it out by only 7 thou for the loss, taking a 10th. Not easy to regulate that a lot of times on a motorcycle, but it's about as close as you can get. 2 thou separating them in reaction time. Over here on the right side of the dragster. David Schmidt goes red. Dusty Winrich, your winner, 11:39. So Dusty Winrich moving on, 70 thou under. As Schmidt goes red and was leaving a bunch of water, and it was only water, so got things cleaned up. Here we go. Joe Marks left side in the Gone Bananas 71 Duster, dialed 1109. Going to get chased by Blaine Anderson. Anderson dialed 968 in the Anderson family Camaro. Separated by only 9 thou in reaction time. Better light going to Joe Marks, and on the double breakout, he will suffer the loss. Breaks out by 8 thou more than Blaine Anderson. Blaine Anderson 41 on the tree, 36 thou under for the win. Joe Marks 32 on the tree, 44 thou under for the loss. Eric Miller now in his Corvette. 1045 goes red, doesn't matter, he's getting the win. Moving on to round 2. On that 1045 dial, he will run 1043. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro, this is your call to staging for round 1. Super Pro, we need you in staging for round 1, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is a license pass going on right now. This is not part of the competition. Big turbo in this thing, whatever it is. 4-cylinder, obviously. 1119 at 152 miles an hour. And the turbo is still in bad shape because as soon as he lets off, it just smokes like crazy. It might not be the turbo. It could be exhaust valves leaking oil once he's under vacuum. It's just, it's a mess. Not as bad as last time. Not putting fluid down, just looks like a locomotive when he lets off the throttle. An old-time locomotive. Again, Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro will take you to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 as soon as possible. So here we go, William Young, left side out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. Dialed up a 10:05, taking on Jim Remington. Remington dialed 895 in his Suzuki in the right lane. And Remington means business. He's already caught his opponent before the 1,000-foot mark. 009 on the tree. Runs one over with a 6. Takes 12 thou at the finish line. As William Young, to even make it look close, had to break it out a ton. Broke it out 3/10 because he was 3/10 on the tree and was still 12 thou behind. Jim Remington moving on right side. Robin Williams now. Left side, 10:17 the dial. Being chased by Nate Brimmer. Brimmer dialed 807 and then extended swing on a motorcycle, right side. And Brimmer's going to move on. He's tardy on the tree, but it doesn't matter as Williams went red. On the 807 dial, Brimmer goes 808 at 167 miles an hour. On 2 wheels. No roll bar. That takes some guts right there. Jeff Serene now doing double duty. Running Pro ET and running bike sled. This is the bike sled class, round 1. Serene dialed 938 in the left lane, and Steph Summers dialed 1252 on the, I'll call it a Polaris, in the right lane. Off they go, green lights appear. We have a drag race. Pretty close on the tree and taking the win, Steph Summers. As both drivers are way off their dials, way off their reaction times, but someone's got to win, and that time it was Steph Summers taking the win on the snowmobile. Up now, Terry Kozlowski, dialed 1040, left side. Austin Williams in the right lane, dialed 1015. Kawasaki's a pair, I'm gonna go. Old and new. Reaction time advantage going to the Kawasaki. In the right lane, he turns it into a win as Kozlowski had the worst light, but breaks it out by a ton. Getting there first by a ton. Austin Williams runs one over the dial by virtue of the breakout, is advancing to round 2. Once again, if you plan on buying back, do it as soon as you can, because the buyback window for your class closes at the end of round 2 of your class. Follow that. So basically, just if you lose, go up and take your medicine, get your buyback in, wait for round 2 call, and then come up with round 2. This is a rerun we just had in Pro. We had a little timing, starting line malfunction, I should say. Phil Johnson, left side, 1154. Art McCluskey, right side, 1124. Both drivers in. And the tree comes down when it's supposed to. Oh, Art McCluskey goes 5, stinking thou red. Hands the win over to Phil Johnson. Johnson was 67 green, and that's good enough for the win. Johnson runs 5 over his dial as McCluskey runs a quarter second under his dial. Holy moly. And it looks like we have all our Super Pro cars sorted out and ready to run. Their round one. First round of 2024. This is exciting as it gets. New season, everyone's full of anticipation and optimism. Any one of these drivers can become a season champion by the end of the year, and someone will be. With that being said, and Super Pro in the staging lanes, those of you who've been paying attention all day know, especially King of the Hill drivers, know that you are on high alert. So if you lost round one, King of the Hill, and you don't want to go home yet, go up to registration, get your buyback taken care of. And when we call you up for round two, you can rejoin the race and possibly go from first round loser to race winner. It's been done before. And I'm sure it will be done again. I see Larry giving the thumbs up to the drivers. Here comes our first pair of Super Pro, followed by the rest of Super Pro. A good mixture of dragsters and door cars in Super Pro. Occasionally you see a dragster in Pro. A lot harder to run those cars in Pro. As Jason Hopp does his burnout in the right lane. In the shorty dragster. He's dialed up with a 760. Chasing down Jeremy Hare. Hare dialed 1011. In his Fox body Mustang. Both drivers in stage. Tree comes down. There you go. Oh! Jeremy Hare goes 18 red. Jason Hopp misses a tree. Goes 48. On that 760 dial goes 758 with a 3 at 177 miles an hour in a shorty. Parachutes out, saves on the brakes, because the run isn't over when you're going over 170 here until you get the car off the track. So essentially, once you cross the finish line, you need to be on the brakes pretty hard. Christopher Takis now left side, 1072 the dial. Cameron Belial, 1162 in the right, even though it says William Paul. Not sure who's in there. Anyways, 37 red for the Cutlass in the right lane. Christopher Takis goes 73 green. Runs 4 over for the win. Big matchup coming up here. Jason Charlton, right side, 1045 the dial. Last year's Super Pro champion, Chris Conchier, over here in the right lane. Conchier dialed 783. by only 100th. Goes to Chris Conchier by virtue of a breakout by 5 stinking thou by Jason Charlton. Charlton taking 200ths at the finish line, which ain't much when a car's going 166 and you're going 127. Feist dialed 632. No, that's not 8th mile. That's quarter mile. And Rule dialed 1065 in the bull bar left side. Off they go. Reaction time advantage favoring the dragster. He's not driving the top end. He's going to be your winner. At 193 miles an hour, he scrubbed 30 miles an hour to run a 10th over. This is amazing. A 632 car racing a 1065 car. Les Feist, you are my hero right now. Holy moly, that is amazing. Kike must have the wrong numbers in the box or something. He's a ton red, over a second red. That gives the win to Ron Sullivan. Sullivan was only 22 red, which is still a bunch. He runs 1 over the dial. Your winner, Ron Sullivan, dragster in the left lane. I'm still recovering from Les Feist scrubbing 30 miles an hour, taking the win, going into round 2, dialed 632. What a treat. What a treat. Thanks for coming out, Les. This is great. Levi Cortez, left side in his dragster, dialed 943. Dan Acero dials 955 over here in the right lane in the Ford Fairmont. It's a very close race. They're only separated by 10 dial. All the way down the track they go. Oh, double breakout, breaking out by 2 thou more. Levi Cortez takes 33 at the stripe. He had 19 in the tree to Acero's 50. But Acero moving on by virtue of the double breakout by 2 thou. Pat Haubrick now. Right side, 837 the dial. Mikey Amos. Amos. Dial 1060 to the left. Both drivers away with green light starts, and they're only separated by 18 thou, which may sound like a lot, but the difference in speed more than makes up for it. Haubrick, 49 green. Dead 9. 58 total locked out. Amos was 67 green, 1 over the dial. Ends up 27 thou behind at the finish line for the loss. Terry Peterson now left side. In his, that could be a 70 Duster. I'll go with a 70 Duster. Dials up 1177. Going to get chased by Chrissy Gonser. Gonser dialed 843 in her dragster, right lane. And away they go. Gonser wondered if she's going to catch Peterson. He does, so breaks it out 6 thou as Peterson breaks it out 3 thou by virtue of a double breakout and only breaking out by 3 thou more. Chrissy Gonser loses. Terry Peterson, your winner. Matt Cheney now, left side. Receiving the win as Bruce Van Stratton having trouble. Tranny brake. Jumped on the two-step and the brake didn't hold. He goes red. Matt Cheney, winner, runs it out the back door, goes 10-90 on the 1092. Everything happened so quickly, there's no reaction times. But Bruce Van Stratton will check out what's going on, probably hit the buyback window and come back for round 2. Next pair up, right side. This is Pat Kelly, dial 1029 in that Firebird. I like red race cars, and that car is red. That's beautiful. Craig Schultz out of Chatfield, Minnesota, in the 21 Shorty. Drivers away with green light starts. Reaction time advantage favoring the dragster in the left side, left lane. And by virtue of another double breakout, he is your winner. Breaking out by only 11 thou as Pat Kelly breaks it out by 17 thou. So a 6,000 difference in breakout gives the win to Craig Schultz, the dragster in the left lane. Dalton Johnson now left side, 1023 the dial. Corbin Corolla, 753 the dial, left side. Drivers away with green light starts. Corbin Corolla chucking donuts on down the track. Trip, zip, and loses by virtue of another double breakout. Dalton Johnson was right there, 19 in the tree, but it's really tough to lose when you go trip, zip. That's what you're shooting for. But it's 50 mile an hour difference in speed on the other end of the track. It's really hard to judge, so it's easy for this to happen. Your winner, Dalton Johnson. Johnson broke it out by 15 thou. Corolla broke it out by a bunch. Screen changed on me, sorry about that. Blaine Anderson now right side, 964. Doug Martinke, 1124 in the left. Anderson Racing family Camaro. Blaine turns it into a win, 33. Dead 4, 37 total. Locked out Martinke. He was 89 in the tree, 17 thou under. Left him 25 thou behind for the loss. Jack Weiler, 977 the dial, left side. Don Kritzky, 737 the dial, in the right lane. Drivers away with green light starts by 6 thousandths. Don Kritzky with a better light turns it into a win. Dead on with the 2. 18 dead 2. 20 total locked out Weiler. Weiler was 26 in the tree. Runs 3 over. Ends up 41 thou behind to take the loss. Don Kritzky, amazing. 737 dead 2. Doug Katina now left side in the Mopar powered dragster, my favorite power plant in a dragster. 780 his dial. He's going to get a baby head start from Lee Burkholder. Burkholder dialed 767 over here in the right. Too close to call on the bottom end of the racetrack. Only 4 thou separated. But on another double breakout, Lee Burkholder breaks it out by only 6 thou, as Doug Katina breaks it out by 200ths or 20 thou. Your winner, Lee Burkholder, by virtue of breaking out by less again on a double breakout. Coming up now, right side, Jim Lambrecht in his 66 Dodge Charger, dials 1135. Almost heads up with Dusty. The S10 Blazer, left side. Pretty close on the lights, but Dusty's pretty adept at this finish line driving. He gets the job done. He's 3 on the tree. 37 over for 40 total. Jim Lambrecht, 18 on the tree, breaks it out 300ths for the loss. Dusty Winrich, your winner. Joe Lindbergh now dials 999. Left side, going to be chasing John Blomberg. Not really chasing, he'd just be half a car behind you most of the way and make it up on down the track. Blomberg dialed 1025, right side. Blomberg goes 13 thou red for the loss. Lindbergh 14 green. He goes 997 with an 8, 12 thou under. Blomberg was 17 thou under, but the determining factor of that race, the red light. Joe Lindbergh moving on. Scott Berghammer now 1047 the dial in the left lane. Running a throttle stop on that vehicle. He'll take off slowly and then turn it loose as he gets down the track. Phil Johnson wide open all the way down. He's going to run an 1152 according to his dial. Separated by only 2 thou. Scott Berghammer wheels his way to another win. He runs a 10th over the dial, taking 600ths. As Phil Johnson had trouble, he's 36 on the tree, and over a 10th and a half over his dial. Next pair out, Todd Reinschmidt, left side, dials 981. Randy Johnson dialed 970 over here in the right. I believe Reinschmidt may have been say no, he doesn't. He's got the better of the reaction times by quite a bit. He's out ahead and staying there. He's 34, 2 over the dial for the win, as Randy Johnson missed the tree and broke it out, getting there by 26 thou, but had no chance, as his reaction time was too tardy for him to even be in competition on that race. Brandon Winrich now left side, 1154 the dial, going to get chased by Jim Remington. Remington dialed 892 in the Suzuki in the right lane. Off they go. Brandon Winrich has the reaction time advantage, turns it into a win. He's 11 dead 7, 18 total locked out Remington. Remington was 56 on the tree. In order to be in front, he had to break it out a ton. He does, no matter. Brandon Winrich, left side, your winner. Dale Hildreth now coming up, left side, 907 dial. Taking on the dragster with no name over here in the right lane, dialed 778. Oh, and like magic, we have a name now. Mike LaChapelle out of Stanley, Wisconsin, piloting the dragster over here in the right lane. Off they go. Hildreth with a gargantuan reaction time. Keeps from breaking out by taking almost a second. As LaChapelle has trouble on the starting line and can't run the number. Your winner, Dale Hildreth. Chris Ampang now. Left side, dial 932 in his Barracuda. Eric Miller, 1045 the dial in the Corvette. I'm going to call it 84. But we have a drag race only separated by 19 thou in reaction time, favoring Chris Ampang. He breaks it out by 8 thou, staying behind as Eric Miller took 600ths and broke it out by 600ths for the loss. Ron Langowski now, 894 the dial in the motorcycle, left side. David Schmidt, 895 the dial in the right lane. Ron Langowski has issues going on down the track. He was 001 on the tree. Langowski taking the loss in that last one as David Schmidt takes the win. Drags the right lane. Steve Fox now coming out. Looks like he is the bi-car. King of the Hill, King of the Hill will take you back to staging lanes 1 and 2. King of the Hill, round 2 will take you back to staging lanes 1 and 2. Also, Junior Street will take you back to 5 and 6. Junior Street, round 2, 5 and 6. King of the Hill, staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second round. Steve Fox dials up a 744. He's moving on to round 2. Let's go 11 red. And on the 744, unlike everyone else, he runs 4 over the dial. He doesn't break it out. He is your winner. So once again, King of the Hill, we need you to staging lanes 1 and 2 for round 2. Junior Street, bring it on up to lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6 for Junior Street. And of course, that lets our junior dragsters know they are welcome in 7 and 8. Another licensing pass coming up for the Pro Mod Studebaker. Wow, there is some driving going on there. Car is all over the track. 487 at 143 in the eighth. Runs it out the back door to go 765 at 171. Wow. That's all I can say is wow. If he'd have kept her straight, it would have probably been a tenth faster, using all of the width of the lane. Loading the lanes up, we got one more licensing run by this front engine dragster. King of the Hill, your second round is coming up. And if you bought back, there is no order. Just bring it up like everybody else. Get in the lane. Do your best to win second round so you can get the third round. Second round win, so if you win this round, even though you lost the first round, you still got some money coming. Junior Street, same thing. Thank you, Junior Street. You're doing a great job getting back to the lanes. Junior Dragsters, you know who you are, you know where you go. Staging lanes 7 and 8 will take you up. That puts Street Eliminator on high alert. Street Eliminator, you are on high alert. If you haven't got your buyback taken care of yet, this is the time to And we got a bunch of smoke out of the top end. Left starter mark. We'll take a run down there, make sure no fluid came out of that dragster on that run. So here we go, round 2 of Eliminations, starting off with King of the Hill. Street Eliminator, you are on high alert. Street Eliminator, you are on high alert. Round 2 action as we seek our way to champions in all of our classes. Cole Kennedy, left side, in the Chevy pickup, dials up 1275. No name on file, but the car looks familiar over here in the right lane. 1091 the dial for the Camaro. Reaction time advantage favoring the Chevrolet. In the left lane, brake lights come on, breaks it out for the loss. Had the better reaction time by a bunch. Took over a 10th stripe, breaks it out. By 300ths for the loss. Your winner, moving on, right side Camaro. Now, Morgan McDonough, right side, dials 1044. Ken Rita takes off his Camaro out of Zimmerman, Minnesota, 1266 the dial. If anybody's in that Drana pit, you might want to look at the front end of that thing. Boy, the front wheels are wobbling all over the place. I know we won a race last time we were here. A little puff of brake dust there, or puff on the brakes as he breaks it out for the loss. He gets there by 400ths, tried to trim it down, but couldn't. McDonough moving on. Kurt Wamoff now, right side in his, that's a beautiful Malibu SS. I think that's 65. Dials 1152. Taking on Garth Zenke. Zenke out of La Crescent, Minnesota, 1160. Ford Mustang, left side. Separated by over 400ths, reaction time advantage goes to Wamhoff, but again on another double, or I should say on another breakout, car with the better light gets there first, breaks it out, as Zenke goes 1160 with a 9 on his 1160 dial. At the worst reaction time, but gets the win by virtue of the breakout of Wamhoff. Chris Schwartz now, 13 flat the dial in his trusty dart swinger. Right wing on John Hansen. Firebird, left lane. Dial 945, chasing, gets there for the win as he is 43 dead 5. Was behind by 400ths because Chris Schwartz broke it out by 5400ths and had the worst reaction time. Your winner, John Hansen, left lane. Will Hale now left side, 1073 to dial. Brent Henry. Double red light, least of the two offenses by Brent Henry, who's 22 red. Will Hale was 121 red. Henry moving on as he runs it out the back door to be, well, maybe he let out. It was a bunch of them. Both drivers a 10th over. Jacob Schaefer now left side, 1010 the dial. Going to be chasing down Jeff Johnson. Johnson in the S10 here. In the right as Schaefer, it seems like he left off the top bulb, which you're not allowed to lay boxes here, and I'm not saying he has one, but he just, he got messed up. Jeff Johnson, your winner, goes 542 green, goes 1133 with a 5 on the 1133 dial. Moving on from the right lane, Jeff Johnson. Carl Wamoff now right side in the 55 Chev. Dialed 1163. Chris Kennedy left side, 1032. I like it when red cars are racing. A couple of beautiful red cars right now. 55 Chev. Reaction time advantage favoring the red Chevrolet. In the right lane, he gets behind. Something happened to his car just past 1,000 foot. As Chris Kennedy is your winner, 58 green. Runs 4/10 over, taking a half second. As something goes awry with Whamoff's car. Tiffany Badur now, right side, 11:34. Gonna be chasing like second style. 7 left lane. Simmons crushes the tree, double 04. If he doesn't break out, he's gonna win. But he did break out for the loss as Tiffany goes 69 green, breaks it out by only 600ths. Mike Simmons was double 04 green, breaks it out by a 10th for the loss. Tiffany Badur moving on. It says Ashley Ballure, but it also has her name crossed out there. Dialed 1114. Heads up, but Darren Anderson also dialed 1114 in the right. Reaction time advantage goes to Darren Anderson. He knew it right away because it was a big difference. Regulates the finish line, takes the win, runs 2 over the dial. As Olsen or Velour, whoever's driving that car, breaks it out by a bunch. As the tardy reaction time still left them behind at the finish line. Dan Crownhart now left side, 10 flat the dial. Joel Frisch, 1040 the dial in the Maverick in the right lane. Off they go. 500ths separate them in reaction time. Joel Frisch had the better light. He was 47. Crownhart was 97. Runs 8 over the dial for the win as Joel Frisch breaks it out by almost a 10th. Rob Juarez now, left side, 1056 the dial. Taking on Joey Heimer in that Challenger and stops before he even gets to mid-track. Something went away on that Challenger. He didn't like the way it felt. He's pulling over to the side. Hopefully he'll stop. We'll take a look and see what's going on. Your winner, Rob Juarez, didn't break it out, didn't go red, advancing to round 3. So I'll make the call at this time. Street Eliminator. Why don't you bring them on up to staging lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator, we will take you to staging lanes 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters, thank you for making it up in 7 and 8. But Street Eliminator, we will take you staging lanes 1 and 2. And that puts Pro ET on medium alert. While we see what's going on with this Challenger, we're not sure if we got to tow it off. I don't see any fluids. Something went awry. Up or something weird. We got the rollback on its way out there. We'll have to load him up and get him towed off. So it's going to be a couple of minutes. The call has gone out for Street Eliminator. Street Eliminator, we will take you for round 2. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Again, while we got a little downtime, Autocraft. Looking for restoration work? Autocraft Race Cars and Restorations is your source for show quality paint, chassis, metal fab, and much more. Check out autocraft.org for the full line of products and services provided locally here in Eau Claire.
Sometimes nothing keeps me together at the seams. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Home, sweet home. Tonight, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Home, sweet home. Home, sweet home. Home, sweet home. Home, sweet home. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Home, sweet home. Yeah, I'm on my way to set me free. Home, sweet home. There is freedom within, there is freedom without. Try to catch the deluge in a paper cup. There's a battle ahead, many battles are lost, but you never see the end of the road while you're traveling with me. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world.
Back to racing. Good news, bad news. Bad news is we're back, or good news is we're back to racing. Bad news is if you own that Challenger, you got some work to do. Ah, that's too bad. Like I say, I think a rear or front brake locked up. Gave us a fit trying to get it on the rollback, but we got it there safely. Let's figure out how to drag it off. Right now, we are continuing on King of the Hill round 2 action. James Marks, left side, 1138 the dial. Marty Waller over here in the right lane. I want to say it's a 38 Chev from memory, but I don't know if it is. 1160 the dial for Marty in the right lane here. Separated by 10 thou. Everybody's chucking donuts. Marty Weller goes trip zip 200ths off the dial for a 20 pack total, as James Marks was 10 on the tree, runs 10 thou under, takes 20 thou for the loss. Wow, is that some close racing right there. Trip zip to a 10 light in King of the Hill. Corey Wamoff now, right side, 1169 the dial. Anthony Nelson left before the dial in the left lane. Anthony Nelson goes 20 red for the loss. Wamoff, 97 green, good enough for the win. On the 1169, he breaks it out by 1/10.5. Holy moly. Almost a 10th breakout in the left lane. Cindy Hare now taking the bye. She dials up a 13:58, lets it go red, doesn't matter. She's still a winner. See the W on the scoreboard. We'll see how close she can run to that 13:58 on her free pass. And she goes 13:58. She got half of it perfect, just about. 58 with a 7 on the 58. Nice run for the car. Just got to polish up that reaction time. But she's going to round 3. Junior Street coming out next, round 2. Lily Hansen in the right lane, dialed 964. Gets behind for the loss. Reaction time favored the left lane car and only ran 200ths off. Took just under 1/10 of a second for the win. We'll try and get a name associated with that. Ivan Bolig now, 992. In the, I'm going to call it a Dodge Magnum. Left side, Ellie Lindbergh, 914 in the right. Reaction time advantage favoring, I think that's a VW of Lily. She runs 1 over the dial with a better light for the win, even though she got there second. Ivan Bolig was tardy on the tree and way under for the loss. Tyler Burkholder now taking the free pass in the Mustang. He's green on the tree, and on the 10 flat dial goes 10-15. 1/10.5 over. He can redial or not and come back for the next round. Another licensing run in Junior Street here. This is not part of the competition. This is simply a licensing run, getting this driver qualified. So next time we race, this driver can race. Looks like we got Street Eliminator coming out next. With that, I will make the call. Pro ET. Pro ET. Pro ET. This is your call to staging for round 2. Pro ET. Staging lanes 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Come on down. Let's have some fun. Pro ET to staging for round 2, please. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. First pair coming to the starting line. Alex Schultz. Left side, 1175 the dial. Out of St. Francis, Minnesota. No name in the right, but I've seen the car. I apologize for that. 1573 the dial for the Mustang in the right lane. And away they go. Reaction time's not that much different, so we have a drag race going on. And your winner comes out of the left lane. Alex Schultz goes 230 on the tree, runs 13 thou over the dial as the Mustang breaks it out, getting there first by 15 thou, but breaks it out by 47 thou. Was actually locked out. Couldn't get it done. Next pair, Buck Smith, left side, 1420 the dial in his Mustang. 1434, Trent Barnhart in the right. Reaction time advantage going to the Ford Mustang, and is he going to get there first? Yes, and a double breakout, another double breakout. He breaks it out by 67 as Trent Barnhart breaks it out by, I'm going to say 85 for the loss. Joe Badur now. Right side, dials 1325. He's trying to stay in front of the G8. In the left lane, dial 1265. Reaction time advantage by a lot going to Joe Badur. He gets there first, breaks out by only 8 thou. Almost threw that away, but to make it that close, that G8 broke it out by a 10th. So Joe Badur, your winner by virtue of a double breakout. Brandon Crownhart now. Left side, 14 flat the dial for the El Camino. Tim Merrick in the Hurst Olds. I think that's a 69. Dials 1204. Man, that's a beautiful Oldsmobile. I'll say that. That is classic 60s muscle car stuff. But he is in trouble. As Crownhart went 19 in the tree. Merrick was 71. Big advantage went to Crownhart. He broke it out by only 5 thou. Merrick broke it out by 13 thou. Your winner, Brandon Crownhart. Next pair, Corey Hansen, left side, 1276 the dial. Camaro in the right lane, dial 1397. Doing double duty, King of the Hill and Street Eliminator. And this time, the reaction time advantage goes to the Camaro, gets there first, but breaks it out. Another double breakout by virtue of breaking out by Les Corey Hansen, advancing in that Impala in the left lane. Jamie Keating now. Jamie Keating now out of Fall Creek, Wisconsin in the Dodge. I'm sorry, in the Ram. I can't call it a Dodge. 19 pickup truck. Dials up a 1589. Hits the tree pretty darn good. 58 on the tree on the 1589 goes 1577. So breaks it out by over a 10th. He'll tidy up that dial and be back for round three. And that ends round 2 of Street Eliminator. Coming up next, we have our junior dragsters coming out. We still have Pro ET coming into the lane, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you haven't bought back, go buy back, get back in the race. No reason to mope around the pits, kicking up dirt clods, whatever else. Go spend some money, get back in the race. You win this round, you get some money back anyways. You're already dirty, may as well keep going. Pro ET, you should be in the staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Junior dragsters coming out next, round 2. Bike sled, you are on high alert. Bike sled, you are on high alert. Junior minors going down the track. That's Michaela Valur in the left side, dial 1198. Trying to chase down Ruthie Cairo, dial 1219 in the right. Both away with green light starts. Big reaction time advantage went to Michaela, but Ruthie gets the win by virtue of another double breakout and breaks out by 1/10.5 less than Ruthie. Ruthie breaks out by less than Michaela. Michaela must have had a career run. Breaks it out by almost 3/10. Brooklyn Hop taking the bye now. Brooklyn dials up at 1220. She'll take the solo run into the final. She'll square off with Ruthie, I believe. Off she goes. 125 on the tree, and on that 1220 dial, runs it down the track, out the back door to go 12:05, 1/10.5 under, like everybody else this round. 53.6 miles an hour. Brooklyn coming back for the junior minor final. So bike sled, we will take you to staging at your leisure. Bike sled, if you want to come up to staging lanes 7 and 8, we will take you in staging lanes 7 and 8. Come on down, which makes Super Pro, you are on medium high alert, we'll call it. We switch categories now to junior intermediates. Dylan Hansen in the left lane, dials up by 890. We'll just say Kid Lindbergh. Dialed up 911 in the right. I'll learn names as the season goes on. Car numbers, stuff like that. But for right now, it's a best I can do. Not separated by much on the tree. Reaction time advantage going to Kid Lindbergh by 300ths. But on another double breakout, turns the better reaction time into a loss. Taking 400ths at the stripe. Breaking out by 29 thou as Dylan Hansen breaks it out by 17 thou. I'm sorry, my math is tough when the numbers are like this. We got that one. Dylan Hansen moving on from the left lane. Bryn Reynolds now comes up left lane. 890 her dial. Keegan Millage. Millage dialed 934 in the right. Drivers in and pre-staged. And now they're staged. Tree will fire. Off we go. Big reaction time advantage going to Bryn Reynolds. She turns it into a win. 13 on the tree. 21 thou over the dial. We call that a 34 thou package. Locked out Keegan Millage. Millage 114 in the tree, 6 thou under, still 700ths behind for the loss. Peyton Bremer now right side, dials up by 899. I'm sorry, Peyton Bremer on the left side dials up a 910. Logan Dorn over here on the right side dials 899. Both drivers are in. Tree comes down. Away they go. Logan Dorn, 109 red. Peyton Bremer, 93 green for the win. Left lane is your winner. Breaks it out by 11 thou. Moving on. Now we make the transition to Junior Advanced. So the fastest cars in Junior Dragster, 790 is the limit. You can't dial any lower than that. Ty Reynolds, right side, dials 799. Ivan Bolig, 790 the dial in the left lane. Reaction time advantage going to Ty Reynolds. He turns it into a win, going 798 with a 1 on the 799. Breaks it out by only 9 thou as Ivan Bolin goes 773. That might be another warning there. 773 on that 790 dial. Next pair, Kimberly Bolig, left side, 832 the dial. Claire McDonough, 790 the dial in the right. was on and off the throttle quite a bit. Not sure what happened there. Kimberly Bolig might have had trouble, couldn't run the number. Claire McDonough goes 155 on the tree. They both run like a quarter second over their dial. Actually, Kimberly Bolig was a second off her dial. Claire McDonough, your winner from the right lane. Ellie Lindbergh now, right lane. She's dialed 790. Left side dragster, no name. Again, apologize for that. Dial 853. Separated by 300ths at the hit. Ellie Lindbergh had the better reaction time, but she breaks it out by 4. Check that. 24 thousandths. As the dragster in the right lane goes 400ths over for the win by virtue of the breakout by Ellie Lindbergh in the right lane. Thomas Conan now, 796 the dial. Right side, Autumn Sullivan, 795 the dial in the left lane. In that left lane, out of Berlin, Wisconsin. Autumn Sullivan over here in the right, out of Newport, Minnesota. She's 44 red, hands the win over to Thomas Conan, and on that 796 dial, he goes 89 with a 6. Breaks it out by 64 thousandths. Autumn Sullivan also breaks it out by 42 thousandths, but loses by virtue of the red light. Thomas Conan moving on out of that left lane. And I think that ends that session of Junior Dragsters. We are looking for bike sled, lanes 7 and 8, please. Bike sled, lanes 7 and 8. That puts Super Pro up to high alert. High alert. We got our pro cars to run. Once the lane's empty out, I will give a call to Super Pro. So, but you are on high alert right now. So we are ready for you, Pro ET. Hopefully you're saddled up and ready to go. Round 2. 2 cars go down. Only one comes back. If you win this round, you win some money. Boy, a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure going on. I hear thunder in the pipes. Pro ET is coming at you right now. Left lane, Brandon Winrich dials 1154, going to get chased by Pat Kelly over here in the right, dial 1028 in that Firebird. As the sun angle changes, so do conditions, and it looks like the wind has changed. If you look at the flag, it's almost straight down track. Your winner, Pat Kelly, on another double breakout. Both cars breaking out by over 500. Holy moly. Pretty close in the lights, only separated by 3 thou. But here we go, next pair. Bruce Lang, right side. Matt Cheney in the left. Cheney dialed 961. Bruce Lang dialed 975. Yesterday, at this point in time, Bruce Lang's car took off like a scalded cat. But he kept it under reins this time. Double breakout again. He only breaks it up by 9 thou. 006 on the tree, taking 34 thou. Matt Cheney didn't stand a chance. He was 57 on the tree, breaks it out by 26. Needed to get behind in a hurry. Couldn't do it. Marv Witt now right side. Amos dialed 1060. Gets it done. Trip zip 4 thou under is good for the win. As Marv Witt goes 75 on the tree, he is still behind, follows him through, breaking out 17 thou. Needed to get behind in the worst way. Christopher Takas now left side, 1072 the dial. Rudy Suki dialed 930 over here in the right. runs it out the back door, and it's 1072. No, he doesn't. He can't run it out the back door. He lifts and puts it on a 1073 on his 1072 dial. Good run. Takis moving on from that left lane. Terry Peterson now. Left lane, 1175 the dial. Jim Lambrick, 1132. Mopar on Mopar crime here. I hate to see this. There's plenty of Chevys out there for these Mopars to race. They don't need to race each other. Terry Peterson cuts in half the reaction time of Jim Lambrick. Jim Lambrick looks like he's going to get there. And he breaks it out to do so by 5 thou. As Terry Peterson as Jim Lambrick takes a 10th. Holy cow. Terry Peterson, your winner, left side. So we need a door strap on the Camaro. We had a little dial-in issue. We got that taken care of. Jack Weiler now, 979 the dial, left side. Artie McCluskey. Right side dial's up 1099. He broke it out by like 3/10 last run. I'm sure he's hoping that it'll repeat. Looks like he's out in front and gets the job done on another double breakout. Breaking it out by 28 thou less. Artie McCluskey moving on, right lane. Ken Drana now. Left side, dial 1265 in the convertible Camaro, sort of. Tom Reimers over here in the Challenger, dial 1050. Reimers goes 82 red, good weight. Drana on the 1265 runs it out the back door to go 1264. That's not bad, only 8 thou breakout. Jason Charlton now, McLovin. His alias dials up a 1048. Left side, Brett Schultz, 933. In the right lane in the other Nova. Schultz tried to get there, 22 red, no good. Runs 3 over the number. Charlton lets out, runs 5 over the number. Charlton moving on to round 3. Eric Miller now, left side, 1035 the dial in his Corvette. Tony Meyer, 1115 the dial in the Camaro. Eric Miller has trouble staging the car, or at least it jumps. Tranny brake, and that leads to a red light. Tony Meyer goes 90 on the tree and breaks it out by over a 10th. Both cars breaking it out big time. Pat Haubrick now, right side, 837 the dial. Blaine Anderson, 964 the dial in the left lane. 69 Camaro, right lane, 68 Camaro, left lane. Left lane, Haubrick, big top end charge on that car. Runs 12 thou over for the loss by 8 thousandths. Blaine Anderson, 14 on the tree. Regulates it back, I hope. Runs 36 over, getting there by 8 thou. Blaine Anderson, your winner. Dalton Johnson now dials 1020. Dalton Johnson Hard to believe. If you haven't looked, the flag has changed directions once again. It's now straight downwind. Take a look at the tire smoke. Straight downwind. Sun angle comes off the track. Track gets a little bit more bitey. Wind certainly pushes you. Bruce Van Straten now, left side, 1025 to dial. Joe Lyson, 1027 to dial. Right. 100th, the advantage goes to Joe Lyston, and he turns it into a win as he, on the double breakout. He breaks it out by 12 thou. Van Straten breaks it out by 61 thou. Lyston moving on. Chris Ampang now, 931 the dial in his CUDA. Darren Idy, 1005 the dial in his 66 Chevy 2. White Pearl. The difference in reaction time, advantage going to Darren Idy, and I'm afraid, like every other person who has the better reaction time, they lose by virtue of a double breakout. Idy goes 10:01 with a 6 on the 10:05 dial, breaks it out 34. Chris Ampang breaks it out by 9 thou. Your winner, Chris Ampang, left lane. Dusty Winrich now, 11:32 the dial, left side. Reaction time advantage going to the Chevrolet in the left lane, turns it into a win on another double breakout. Rinse and repeat. With Winrich, your winner. Joe Marks now, 11:04 the dial on his 71 Duster, gone bananas, small block Mopar power. Taking on the big block powered Camaro of Joe Badur, dial 1322 in the right lane. Joe Marks looks like he's coming around Badur right now. He had the better reaction time, but breaks it out by 100th, getting there first by a 10th. Joe Badur, your winner, 85 on the tree, 400ths over. That's good enough for the win because he did not break out. Brent Henry now, left side, 1013 the dial, right lane. Reaction time advantage going, not by much, to the Ford. And again, well, no, not again. A breakout by the car with the better reaction time, breaks it out by 25 thou. Jeremy Hare runs one over the dial for the win, finishing second by 500ths. Barry Bart's now 1059 the dial in that gasser left side. David Ludowies, 1040 the dial in his Beretta in the right lane. Looks kind of funny. Ludowies' Beretta looks like it's a 2-cycle. But he's got a big reaction time advantage over that gasser, and he turns it into a win. He's 125 on the tree and had 2/10 advantage on the starting line as he runs 5 over the dial and gets there first by a 1/10.5 for the win. Morgan McDonough, left side, 1044 the dial. Jeff Serene, 934 the dial in the right lane. And I will take Super Pro, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Your second. extra time advantage goes to Morgan McDonough. She turns it into a win. 32, one over with a 0. That's a 42 package. Jeff Serene was 60 on the tree and locked out. He got there first by 7 thou, but had to break out 25 thou to do so. Mathematically ineligible. Next pair, David Schmidt. Left side, 895 the dial. Jake Hansen in the right lane, dialed 981. Missing his rear window from incident earlier today when that exited the car right before the mile-an-hour lights. Off they go. David Schmidt, 15 thou red, hands them over to Jake Hansen. Hansen, 38 green, and on the 981 goes amazingly under the dial. 977 with a 5 on that 981. We call that 35 under. Mike Amos Jr. now, 1031 the dial in the Monza, left side. Phil Johnson, 1154 the dial in the right. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. We need you to staging. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your second round. Mike Amos Jr. with the win goes 12 on the tree as Johnson goes 31 red in the right lane. Amos breaks it out by 21 thou. Phil Johnson breaks it out by a 10th and a half. Dale Hildreth now left side, 905 the dial. James Marks, 1136 in the right lane. By 17th hour, extra time advantage favors Dale Hildreth in the left lane. He turns it into a win. 19 dead, 1. We call that 20 total. James Marks, 36 on the tree. No chance. Marks breaks it out by 9 thou and is still 7 thou. Hildreth moving on. We got another license run here coming up with this Studebaker Pro Mod deal. Super Pro should be filing into the lanes for round 2. We should have all of our bike sled competitors getting ready to go. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Once again, King of the Hill, you are on high alert. High alert. Down the track, Bramer with the reaction time advantage turns it into a win as Williams is way off the dial. So is Bramer. Matter of fact, reaction time advantage went to Bramer. He gets there first by 800ths for the win, right side. Going 856 on that 807 dial. Both bikes having trouble getting down the track. Terry Kozlowski, thank you very much for the hot sauce up here in the tower. Appreciate that, all the way from Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. He's dialed 985 in that left lane, taking on Steph Summers in the slow snowmobile. Dialed 1277 in the right. Steph looking back, still looking back, and still looking back, and oh no. Went 003 on the tree, got there by 6/10. That's probably a couple bike lengths to break it out by only 4 thou. Oh. Terry Kozlowski advances over Steph by virtue of the breakout. Jim Remington now right side. 10:15. In the right, reaction time advantage by a little bit went to Austin, and he's looking back. And both, well, I should say Austin breaks it out by a 10th as Jim Remington has trouble. Runs half a second off his dial, but it's good enough for the win because of Austin Williams breaking out. Williams gets there by 6/10. Like I say, breaks it out by a 10th. Needed to only take 5/10 for the win. Super Pro, we should have all of you back. If you're not in the lanes, you're going to miss this round, and this is the money round, or at least the beginning of the money rounds. If you win this round, I think you're in the money. So Super Pro, we will take you back. Here we go, Super Pro coming at you right now, round 2. King of the Hill, you are on high alert. King of the Hill, round 3, you are on high alert. As soon as I get these stations cleared, I'll call you up. We've got a few minutes as we run out. Super Pro, round 2. Brandon Winrich, left side. 11:45 the dial. Wow, getting a big head start from Jason Hop. Hop dials up a 7:58 in the shorty dragster. Right side. And away they go. Hop at the disadvantage right now. Winrich was 5 on the tree, runs 2 over the number, 26 total, locked out Jason Hop. Hop was 37 on the tree, had no chance, runs 2 over to boot, ends up 32 thou behind for the loss. Winrich moving on in the door truck. Chris Conchier now, 782 the dial. Right side. Going to be chasing down the Mustang of Jeremy Hare. Or Harry. I'm not sure how that's pronounced. I'm going to go with Hare. I see a completely different name on the side of the car, so hopefully we got something close. Anyways, 1013 the dial in the left lane. There you go. Green lights a pair. Big reaction time advantage going to the big green dragster of Chris Conchier. He turns it into a win, running 3 over, 006 on the tree. Finishes 18 thou behind, but in order for that to happen, Jeremy Hare had to break it out to do so. Your winner, Chris Conchier. Jack Weiler now, 974 the dial. Left side. Dan Osero, 953 in the Ford Fairmont in the right. If he doesn't break it out, he's going to win. He doesn't, and he does. Jack Weiler moving on, 15 green, 46 over, still locked out Dan Acero, who was 97 green, had no chance, breaks it out by 24, still finishes 12 thou behind for the loss. Jack Weiler, left side, moving on. Ron Sullivan now in the dragster, left side, 836 the dial. Uncle Jim Lambrecht dials 1130 in his Charger, right lane. Too close to call on this end of the racetrack, only 8 thou separate. Jim Lambrecht with the reaction time advantage, but breaks it out 22 thou on his way to the loss. Over, that's good enough for the win. Todd Reinschmidt, 981 the dial in the Nova, the flamed out Nova. Left side, gonna get chased by Chrissy Gonser. Gonser dials 840 in the dragster, right side. But he breaks it out, taking 900s. Not hard to do when you're getting chased by a dragster. Chrissy Gonser moving on. Gen 1, Gen 2 Camaro battle on the starting line right now. Lane Anderson, right lane, dials 965. Christopher Takis dials 1069 in the left lane. Takis making a big move on the dial-in, drops it down. Then turns at 28 red. Lane Anderson was ready though. He's 9 green. He'll run it out the back. But he lifts at the 1,000-foot to ensure he doesn't break it up. Lane Anderson, a true professional, getting the job done over Christopher Takis. Here we go. Les Feist, dial 642. Taking on an 1175 car. I can't do the math. That's over 5 seconds between the dial. 100-mile-an-hour difference in top end speed. Les won't be going over 200. Down the way he goes, he better get off the throttle in a hurry. He didn't rattle the tires much. He's on a breakout pass, and he slows it down enough for the win. He's 60 green. Terry Peterson missed the tree a bunch and crosses the finish line at 166 miles an hour, kills 50 miles an hour. Les Feist moving on to round 3, getting paid for winning round 2. And we got trouble. Terry Peterson stopped out there. He was over 2 seconds off his dial. That's why Les Feist was able to kill so much. He's pulled it over to the side. So he had trouble in the middle of that. He might have whiplash from being passed by Les Feist. We're not sure. Finish line speeds, yeah, at the 8th mile. Finish line speed differential at the 8th mile, 95 miles an hour. 82 to 177. Les goes 414 at the 8th. The Wisconsin State Lottery dually. Going to do a little tow action. Car lost power somewhere's in the middle of the track. Past the 8th mile, before the 1,000-foot, somewhere in there. Can't get it restarted, so hopefully we can give him a tow, get him off the track, and get back to racing action. So a quick recheck of air density online, just to kind of help people figure stuff out. Temperature it shows 79 right now. I'm not sure if it's that warm out yet, but it must be. Wind has changed, 25 miles an hour. It's now coming out of the northwest. Along with the wind change, density altitude is dropping down to 3,100 feet, down from 3,400 feet. Barometer is staying steady. Looks like moisture is staying steady. It was 70% relative humidity. It's down to 53. Dew point was 58. That's up to 61. So kind of a wash there. Water grains were around 0.70, I think. They're down to 0.53. I should say vapor pressure. Water grains were at 70. It's up to 82. So it's kind of holding steady for the moisture stuff, but the wind change from a headwind to a tailwind, very Topeka-like, as a matter of fact, leading to countless breakouts and double breakouts in today's eliminations. And just one more comment on my air density online. I'm not saying that is the most up-to-date information. Any of you who have been in this area know when the wind switches from southeast, like it was this morning, to northwest. Usually that northwest wind brings in drier air. And like I say, that in combination with the wind change, directional change, accounts for a lot of breakouts. So it's a sad sight to this announcer to see Terry Peterson's Mopar getting towed off the track. I know it's a sad sight for Terry Peterson too. But we got him hooked up. We'll get him off the track and we'll be back to racing shortly. King of the Hill, you are still on high alert. And I'm not sure, I think we may have a final coming up in Junior Street. From starter Mark. Thumbs up, he says. Track is clean. Let's continue racing and see how many more breakouts we can get. I jest. I'm not out here trying to deal with this change in weather conditions, so I'm not putting anybody down. Just want to make sure everybody knows that. It's just what a goofy combination of weather to change the way it has, and it leads to multiple breakouts in multiple rounds. Right now, Craig Schultz dials 806 in the left lane. Going to get chased down by Steve Fox. Schultz in the shorty dragster. Fox in the regular lane dragster in the right lane. And unless Fox breaks out, he may not catch Schultz. And he doesn't, but by virtue of another double breakout, he advances by only 2 thou. Fox was 27 on the tree, breaks it out by 21 thou. As Schultz was 5 on the tree, taking 24, breaks it out by 23 thou. 2 thou the difference. Fox, your winner in the right lane. Steve Berghammer now. Left side, 1050 the dial, going to get chased down by Dan Kike. Kike given over a 3-second head start to Berghammer. Kike is out 747. In the right lane. Throttle stop going on with Berghammer, trying to trick everybody. Might be doing it though, and he gets the job done. But Berghammer was 5 in the tree, runs 1 over the dial with a 2, 17 total, locked out Kike. Kike was 33, 31 thou under for the loss. Berghammer moving on. Matt Cheney now left side, 1090 the dial, also throttle stopping it. Going to be taking on Joe Lindbergh. Joe dialed 994. His Camaro. And away they go. Double red lights. Joe Lindbergh, your winner. Breaking out by the least amount. Running a breakout run. As Cheney finally hits the number, goes 90 with the 2. But as a 28 red light to Joe Lindbergh's 11 red light, Joe Lindbergh moving on. Doug Martinke now, left side, 1119 the dial. Bruce Van Straten, 1017 the dial over here in the right. The tree comes down and off they go. Too close to call on the bottom end of the track. Chances are someone's going to break out. And they do. Breaking out by 300s. Bruce Van Straten breaking out by 200s. Doug Martinke, 10 thou the difference in breakouts, 14 thou the difference in the finish line. It's a coin flip almost every lap down the track. Bruce Van Straten finally putting together a decent run and then gets stopped here in the second round of Super Pro. Cameron Belisle, left side. 1150 his dial. Getting a 4-second head start from Corbin Carolla. Carolla dialed 748. That's right, 748 to an 1150. Turns red once. Carolla leaves. Carolla 27 green. 4 over for the win in the right lane. Don Kritzky now right side. Dials up a 736. He was dead 2 last time at 737. Mikey Amos left side dials 1058. 1058 left. 736 right. Over 3-second head start going to Amos. feeling. I've done that. Amos could still break out though and hand the win back over. He doesn't. I've seen it before. Oh, you let go and you don't even want to run the run out. But Mikey Amos, 56 on the tree, 3 over the dial. Kritzky misses a tree, runs it under, is still a 10th behind. Tough break. Dalton Johnson now left side. 1022 the dial. David Schmidt, 895 the dial. David Schmidt is in a heap of trouble. That's all I know. Dalton Johnson, oh my goodness. Dalton Johnson, 001 on the tree, breaks it out by 26 thou for the loss. As David Schmidt is 160, breaks it out by 24 thou. Difference in breakouts, 2 thou. The lesser of two evils going David Schmidt's way. Moving on in the dragster. Now, Pat Haubrick, left side, 837 the dial. Lee Burkholder, 765 the dial in the right lane. I want to say Lee Burkholder is a former Off they go. Reaction time advantage favoring the door car of Haubrick, and he gets behind. Amazingly, not a double breakout. Lee Burkholder, 35, dead 8. We call that 43 total. Pat Haubrick was 27 on the tree. I don't think he regulated the throttle, but he runs 840 on the 837 for the loss to get behind at 19 thou at the finish line. King of the Hill, we'll take you back to staging lanes 1 and 2. We will take our junior street competitors will take you back to 5 and 6, and of course junior dragsters, bring them on up in 7 and 8. Levi Cordes, 939 the dial, left side. Phil Johnson, 1138 the dial, in the right lane. Reaction time advantage this time going to the dragster, and if he doesn't break it out, he's going to win. He doesn't, and he does. He's 23, dead 5, 28 total. Johnson, 78 on the tree, locked out. King of the Hill will take you back to staging lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, I believe we have a Junior Street final coming. We'll take you back in lanes 5 and 6. And junior dragsters, roll them on up. 7 and 8. Street Eliminator, you're on high alert. Chris Amping now, left side. Dials up 929. Dale Hildreth over here on the right, dialed 909. Green lights, reaction time advantage favoring the Mopar of Chris Amping. He turns it into a win. He goes 22, dead 1. 23 total, locks out Hildreth. Hildreth was 59 in the tree. Got there first by 22 thou, but had to break it out 48 to do so. Amping, your winner, left lane. Dusty Winrich now in the S10. Left side dial 1128. Pat Kelly chasing dial 1025 right. Winrich killing the tree today. Gets another one done. 009. 29 thou over. 38 total. Pat Kelly was 24. Gets there first by 20 thou. Breaks it out 6 thou. Needed to take 14 thou or less. Tight window to get inside. Had a chance, couldn't do it. Dusty Winrich moving on. So we've got our final back in the lanes for Junior Street. We're loading up the lanes with our King of the Hill. We're waiting on 4 more cars for King of the Hill. Once we get them loaded up, we'll run them out. Street Eliminator, again, you're on high alert. And Junior Dragster winners, we'll take you back. Staging lanes 7 and 8. I think we have a final coming up in Junior Minor. I guess I was wrong. We have 3 cars coming back in Junior Street, so we have a semifinal there. It looks like we have a semifinal coming back in Junior Minor also. Waiting on 1 more car to come back in King of the Hill. Sorry, 2 more. Looks like we're waiting on 1 more car for King of the Hill, and we're going to turn them loose. Once again, waiting on 1 more car for King of the Hill. And we'll get round 3 started for King of the Hill and actually start round 3 for everybody. So. King of the Hill, you're coming out. You're coming out right now. So if you're that last King of the Hill car, we either counted wrong or you counted wrong. But we should have 14 coming back, I think. Got 13 in the lanes. We're waiting on one car, but we're sending them. So if you're back there in the lanes or in the pit area, you should be in the lanes because King of the Hill is coming out right now. Down the track, Camaro versus Camaro. Cindy Hare goes 169 red in the left lane, hands the win over to the no-name Camaro in the right. Just to show they can, both cars run under their dial. Next pair, John Hansen, left side, out of Eau Claire, dials up a 945 in his Firebird. Chris Kennedy, 1030 the dial. His Chevelle. Off they go, nothing pretty to brag about, but they're only 6 thou apart at the hit. And on the double breakout, hard to believe, we had another one of those. John Hansen, your winner, breaks it out 18th thou, as Chris Kennedy breaks it out almost a 10th. 3/4 of a 10th anyway, 7/700ths under. John Hansen moving on. Garth Zenke in the Mustang, dialed 1157. Being chased by McDonough. McDonough dialed 1043 in the right. Has the reaction time advantage and turns it into a win, running dead on with an 8. 45 total, locks out Garth Zenke. 62 on the tree. 22 over, ends up 39 thou behind for the loss. McDonough moving on. Brent Henry in the Maverick left side, dials 1091. Darren Anderson, 1113 over here in the right lane. Dialed 1113. Anderson goes 46 red, hands them in over to Brent Henry. Henry goes 29 green, runs it out the back door to go 600ths under, 55 thou under, we'll call it. He'll redial and come back for round 4. Tiffany Badur, 1126 the dial, left side. Rob Juarez, 1055 the dial. On his Indian motorcycle. Rob Juarez had the better reaction time, but it looks like he's going to stay behind. Can't run the number. Tiffany Badur, her reaction time started with a 2. She runs 8 over, but she still got there by 3/10 as Juarez's bike runs way off the dial for the loss. Crownhart coming back. Dan Crownhart now, 10 flat the dial. Left side chasing down Jeff Johnson. Johnson dialed 1130 in the right is your winner. He's 22 green. Crownhart in the orange Chevy 2 was 13 red. Jeff Johnson runs it out the back door to go 11 thou under. Well, I'm sorry, 21 thou under. He'll be back. Street Eliminator, Street Eliminator, we need you to staging lanes. Street Eliminator, Street Eliminator, Street Eliminator, we need you to the staging lanes. Staging lanes 1 and 2, Street Eliminator. That puts Pro ET on high alert. Pro ET, you are on high alert. Street Eliminator making their way into staging lanes 1 and 2. We're going to be running Junior Street semi-final coming up. Then we'll run Junior Dragsters. Then we'll run Street Eliminator, and then we will be back to Pro. So Pro, you were on high alert. Okay, we'll call it medium high alert. But we are getting less cars, so there's going to be less time between the rounds. So keep that in mind for your busy back half of the day. Down the track now for Junior Street. Tyler Burkholder in the right lane, dial 10 flat. Had the reaction time advantage, but gets behind by 37 thou, running 800s over the dial, allowing the no-name driver in the left lane to win. Hopefully we'll get a name for that for the final. Right now we got Ellie Lindbergh, left side, taking the bye to the final. .914 her dial. Pretty good 101 light. Pardon me, pretty good 101 light. On the 914 goes 929 with a 9. Going to the final, first final of the year for Junior Street. Once again, I want to thank my Street Eliminator cars for coming back to staging. You guys are fantastic. I'm looking for 6 cars. I count 6 cars. You guys are right on top of it. And I know it's because y'all want to race. I get it. So here we go, taking the semi-final bye. In junior intermediate, Bryn Reynolds dials up a 890. Hits the tree pretty darn good, 30 on the tree on that 890. Bryn is going to run at 891, 40 total. That's a good package there. Going to the final. Full of confidence. So Pro ET, you are on high alert. Right lane, Claire in the left. Claire gets the job done. 18 on the tree, 5 over the dial, gets there by a 10th. As Logan Summers had a decent 61 light, but runs off the dial by a 10th for the loss. Claire moving on. This is Junior Advanced. Bring them on up, staging lanes 1 and 2. Pro ET, staging lanes 1 and 2. If you guys want to slide forward a little bit, Street Eliminator, I'd appreciate that. Make room for our Pro ET cars. You guys are great. You're awesome. We fiddled around with the order here this round. Thomas Conan now. Left side, 790 the dial. Ty Reynolds, 797 in the right. Off they go. Ty Reynolds in complete control. As long as he doesn't break it out, he'll get there, and he doesn't, and he does. 37 dead 2, 39 total. Thomas Conan, 113 on the tree, 1 over the dial, ends up 9 hundredths behind for the loss. Ty Reynolds moving on. So Pro ET, we need you to staging lanes 1 and 2. We're looking for 20 of you. We got 1 back, we need 19 more. We got 12 of you back for Pro. We're looking for 8 more cars. We know we got some double enters, but things are going to get pretty hectic at this point. Super Pro, you are on high alert. Super Pro, you are on high alert. Three more Pro ET cars. Round 3 going down the track. Corey Hansen in the left lane, dials 1273. Little tardy on the reaction time, hands the win to Buck Smith. Buck was 30 on the tree, runs 7 over, takes 700ths in the Mustang for the win. Joe Badur now, James Keating. Keating in the pickup truck, left side, gets a big head start. Joe Badur chasing him down in his Camaro that I think he drives here. I don't think he trailers it. Badur had the better reaction time. He's out ahead. He's on the brakes. No, he's not on the brakes. He breaks it out by a 1/10. He was on the brakes, but not enough. Oh. And on the double breakout, James Keating advances in the pickup. Crownheart left side goes 100 red, hands the win over to Alex Schultz. Schultz, your winner in the right lane. 1175 the dial, goes 209 in the tree, and on that 1179 goes 1168 with a 1. Puts him 69 under for the win. That was our quarterfinal round of Street Eliminator. We're loading up the lanes full of Pro ET. Pro ET is coming out. Super Pro, I'm going to call you to the lanes. And Super Pro, if you... So Super Pro will take you to staging. Super Pro, round 3. We will take you to staging, please. Right now, Christopher Takis, left side, 1068 the dial. Canada versus USA battle going on right here in the starting line at Rock Falls Raceway. Jeremy Hare, 1008 the dial. in the Thundering Mustang in the right lane. Off they go. Advantage Canada. Win Canada. Chris goes 34 on the tree, runs 14 over. We add all that up, that's 14 total. He had Jeremy locked out. Jeremy was 83 on the tree. And amazingly, not a double breakout. Jason Charlton up now, left side. He's dialed 1044. Bruce Lang dials 962. In the right lane. And away they go. Reaction time advantage favoring the Nova of Jason McLovin Charlton. He gets the job done. 52 on the tree, 8 over, still taking almost 2/10. Bruce Lang was tardy on the tree, could not run the number. Charlton moving on. Dusty Winrich now. 1128 the dial. Left side. 1028 the dial for Mike Davis. Right lane. Both drivers away with green light starts. Reaction time advantage goes to Mike Amos, but he cannot turn it into a win as he breaks it out by 13 thou, taking 31 thou. And if you do some quick math, you need to take 18 thou or less. Mike Amos not moving on. Dusty Winrich moving on. Next pair, Ken Drana out of Zimmerman, Minnesota, in his Camaro. Getting chased by Tony Meyer, his Camaro. Tony Meyer moving on as Ken Drana goes red. 17 red for the red Camaro. Tony Meyer runs it out the back door to go dead on with a 7. Dead on with a 7. We'll take you back. Bike Sled will take you back. Staging lanes 7 and 8. 7 and 8, Bike Sled. Super Pro, thanks for coming on down. We're looking for 18 of you. There's the starting line. It's Morgan McDonough over in the left lane. Pat Kelly in the right. I like primary colors. Pat Kelly had the reaction time advantage by only 12 thou. Morgan McDonough goes 23 in the tree, runs 5 over, gets there by 1 thou. 1 thou as Pat Kelly goes 11, 64 over. Again, finishes 1 thou behind. Did he regulate too much? Not sure. But if he did, he'll be kicking stuff around the pit. Blaine Anderson up now left side, 967 his dial. Joe Lindbergh, 993 the dial. In the right lane. Both these cars sport Luke's Hot Rod Shop on the both great performing cars. Right now, Joe Lindbergh had the better of the 2 reaction times, and on the double breakout, he'll take the win. He breaks it out by 5 thou, getting there first by 6 thou as Blaine breaks it out by 14 thou. Trying to get there, can't do it. Chris Ampang now, left side, dials 928. Art McCluskey dials 1097. 1097 for Art McCluskey in the right lane in his 78 Monte Carlo. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage going to the Monte Carlo. He's going to get there first, but unfortunately breaks it out in doing so. 900 out 6,000 as Chris Ampang, 63, and 37 thou over for a tidy 100 package for the win. Jake Hansen now left side in that Chevelle with no rear window. Dials 977. Joe Lisden, 1024 to dial in the right lane. Reaction time advantage went to Jake Hansen, but he breaks it out for the loss. Lisden, 65 on the 3, dead 2, good enough for the win. David Ludowi's left side, 1040 the dial. Mikey Amos, 1058 the dial in the S10, right side. Big reaction time advantage going to the Chevrolet. Beretta left side turns it into a win. David Ludowi's finding a groove. He's 41 on the tree, dead 6 for the win. Mikey Amos missed the tree, breaks it out, and still ends up 600ths behind. No good. Last pair of Pro ET going down the track. Dale Hildreth, left side, dials 905. Spotting over 4 seconds to Joe Badur. Badur right lane, dialed 1318. Off they go, pair of green lights. Reaction time advantage favoring the Chevrolet Camaro. He's going to get there first, but he breaks it out a bunch doing so. Takes 500ths, breaks it out 500ths. As Dale Hildreth breaks it out only 5 thou for the win. Sometimes finishing second is the better way to go. Looks like we're missing 3 Super Pro cars. I'm assuming they're probably double entered Pro cars. So, gentlemen, as soon as you can cool them, bring them back. I think we have all 3 of our bike sled. So we can run them. So we got semifinals of bike sled coming out. I believe we're missing one car in Super Pro. King of the Hill, you were on high alert. No, I guess we're missing two cars. Missing two cars for Super Pro. Final action on the starting line. Terry Kozlowski dials 1031, going to get chased by Nate Bremer. Bremer in that super fast, super long swing arm motorcycle dial 807, right lane. And Nate Bremer's going to a final. He missed the tree, but not as bad as Terry Kozlowski. Kozlowski goes 94 red. And that's that. Nate Bremer has a good run, runs it out the back door on the 807 dial, goes 8 flat. 8 flat. The bye to the final, Jim Remington dials up a 880. Turns it loose, goes 85 green. And on his 880 dial goes 869. 869 with a 2, over a tenth under at 150 miles an hour. Pro waiting on one Super Pro. We don't want to leave anybody out at this stage. You've worked hard to get here. But everybody's back. We're waiting on one Super Pro. All right, so it looks like we got all of our Super Pro cars back. And a reminder, King of the Hill, you are on super high alert now. Once 1 and 2 become empty, I'm going to call you up. Which also means I'll call Junior Street up for your final. And it's going to be a while, but if your junior dragsters want to start coming up in 7 and 8, that's fine too. No rush for the junior dragsters, because we haven't even started Super Pro yet. We got 9 pairs set now. Here we go. A couple of dragsters on the starting line right now. Chris Conchier, right side, dials up 784. Ron Sullivan in the left lane, dialed 836. They go, separated by only 2 thou. A 12 to a 14. Chris Conchier goes 12 on the tree and breaks it out as Ron Sullivan is 14 dead 1. Chris Conchier had to run dead 3 and wish. Conchier takes 19 stripe, but wow, had to take 3 or less. That's tough to do. Ron Sullivan moving on. Doug Martinke now, left side, 1116 the dial. He's out of Eau Claire in his Duster. Going up against Chrissy Gonser. Gonser dialed 841 in the dragster right lane. Both drivers in and stage. Doug Martinke. Now Chrissy. Chrissy Gonser in control. 008 on the tree. Turns it into a win on another double breakout. She breaks it out by 20 thou. Doug Martinke breaks it out by 27 thou. Chris Gonser moving on. If you don't have your cameras out, you should be taking pictures of this thing every time he comes to the starting line. Les Feist, dial 637 in his dragster. Jack Weiler dialed 974. Reaction time advantage favors. Oh my goodness. Favors Jack Weiler. Weiler goes 15 to Les Feist's 27. Les wheel races him at 221 miles an hour on the double breakout, comes out on the good side by 5 thou. As Weiler also breaks it out. Weiler breaks it out 24 thou. Feist breaks it out 19 thou. Your difference, 5 thou, going to Les Feist. Levi Cortez, 938 the dial, left side. Lee Burkholder, 762 the dial in the right. Time advantage favoring the dragster of Lee Burkholder, and he turns it into a win on another double breakout. When in doubt, finish second today. That's all I can say. Lee Burkholder 23, 13 thou under. Levi Cortez 35 and 41 under. Berghammer in the uniquely throttle stopped 67 Camaro, dials up a 1050. Corbin Corolla dialed 752 in the dragster right lane. They go, reaction time advantage favoring the door car. Berghammer breaks it out, goes 5 on the tree, breaks it out 24 thou, taking 57 thou. But again, speed differential 33 miles an hour. Berghammer going 140, Corbin Corolla going 173. Corolla 26, 1 over with a 2, your winner. Brandon Winrich now, 11:45 the dial. Getting a 4-second head start from Steve Fox. Fox dialed 7:40 in his dragster in the right lane. King of the Hill will take you. King of the Hill will take you. 22, King of the Hill. Reaction time advantage staying with Brandon Winrich. He's had it, I believe, every race. He turns that into a win. 24-6 over, taking 19 thou. Pretty tight driving for Brandon Winrich, as Steve Fox was 69 green and 4 over at 181 miles an hour. Speed differential between the two, 70 miles an hour. You talk about threading the needle. Brandon Winrich got it done. David Schmidt now left side. 893 dial, Joel Lindbergh, 992 in the right. Away they go, too close to call. 4,000 separated at the hit. David Schmidt, your winner, 29 dead 4, we'll call that 33 total. Joe Lindbergh was 33 on the tree, had to run dead 0, and Wish was 19 thou over and 19 thou behind. Next pair, Mikey Amos, left side, 1054 the dial. Blaine Anderson, 964 the dial, right lane. Off they go. Again, too close to call. Favoring the Chevrolet of Blaine Anderson, but he gets behind. Anderson was 30, 22 over, gets 2 thou behind, as Mikey Amos was 38, 12 thou over, again, gets him ahead at 2 thou, as I think Anderson over-regulated just a hair. Again, easy to do, especially on a day when you're breaking out every round. Dusty Winrich now, 11:28 the dial, left side. Chris Henry, 9:29 the dial in the right. Dusty Winrich uncharacteristically misses a tree by a ton, and if Chris doesn't break out, he's going to win. He doesn't, and he does. Ampang, 41 on the tree, 44 over, and that's good enough for the win by a bunch, as Winrich, like I say, uncharacteristically misses a tree. King of the Hill, we need you. King of the Hill, staging lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator, we need the other Street Eliminator for the final. Junior Dragsters, you can come up. Street Eliminator, you're on high alert. Looks like we have all of our King of the Hill cars back, so Street Eliminator, if you want to come up in 1 and 2 and just stay in the back. I think there's only 3 of you. Street Eliminator can come on up. We're getting low on cars here, so we're trying to get everything finished up as best we can. But we're waiting on one street eliminator car for the final. I'm not sure how many juniors we're waiting on. But if you're still in, you should be in the staging lanes. If you're a junior dragster, a junior street, King of the Hill, you're all here. That's great. Back, waiting on a couple more. Appreciate you guys rolling on up as always. Quarter final action coming up in King of the Hill. 7 cars remain. Marty Waller been holding on to the bike for a couple of rounds. He's going to be relieved to finally use it this round. Pro ET, you are on high alert. Pro ET, you are on high alert. So here we go, King of the Hill action, quarterfinals. Jeff Johnson, right side, 1128. Morgan McDonough, 1046 in the left. Johnson was very late. Morgan was very early, going red. Hands the win over to Jeff Johnson. He runs it out the back door to go a 10th under. Pair of red F bodies. Pontiac Firebird, right lane, 943 the dial. That's John Hansen. Moving on to the next round as John Hansen goes 61 red. Left lane Camaro goes 73 green on the 1085, goes 1087 with a 1. Tiffany Badur, 1127 her dial in the left lane. Brett Henry in the Maverick dialed 1084 in the right. Badur out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Brett Henry out of Farmington, Minnesota. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage favoring the Ford Maverick. He turns it into a win. As Tiffany was tardy on the tree, runs one over, ends up 4 hundredths behind as Brett Henry regulates the finish line perfectly. 38 on the tree and 23 hundredths over, or 23 thousandths over, 23 hundredths over. Holy cow. Marty Waller now taking the bye, 1156 his dial. Turns it loose, goes 40 on the tree. Drives towards the center, steers it back into the groove. And on that 1156, he goes 1157. 4 cars remain in King of the Hill. I should say Junior Street final coming out. That will be followed by Street Eliminator semifinals, and then we'll have Junior Dragsters. Pro ET, you are on high alert. So if we could pull those Street Eliminator cars forward, I can load the lanes with Pro ET. Junior Street coming at you. Final. On the starting line, Ellie Lindbergh over here in the right lane, 914 the dial. Mustang in the left lane, 1008 the dial. Both drivers in and stage, and away they go. I know they got radios in their cars, so I can't say anything. Ellie Lindbergh stings the tree, goes 75, and had almost a 3/10 reaction time advantage. She runs it out the back side, runs a 10th over, taking a 10th. Your winner, Ellie Lindbergh. Congratulations, Ellie. And congratulations to the pair in the Mustang for getting to the final. As we're starting to crown champions. It's 1 and 2. We got a few Street Eliminator cars up in front of you. So we're waiting on 10 cars for Pro ET. This is your call to staging for 4th round. Super Pro, you are on high alert. Junior Dragster Intermediates. I think this is a final. I'll let you know after this pair. Autumn Sullivan over here in the right lane is dialed, I'm sorry, Autumn Sullivan is in the left lane, dialed 890. Spot just a baby head start to Peyton Bremer. Bremer, dialed 901 in the right. True start in action. Peyton Bramer, the slower car, commits the lesser of the two red lights, getting the win. She's 23 red. Autumn Sullivan is 59 red. 23 red is better than 29 red. Peyton Bramer, congratulations on your win in Junior Intermediate. Claire McDonough now taking a bye in Junior Advanced. I'm guessing looks like we have a final in Junior Advanced also. Ty Reynolds over here in the right lane, dialed 796. Both drivers in the stage, the tree comes down. Off they go. Another double red light. Sun beating on the tree right now makes it tough to see. 31 red to 33 red. 31 is better than 33 red. Ty Reynolds, your winner by only 2 thousandths. Oddly, both junior dragster finals and on true start corrections of red lights. So Pro ET, waiting on 7 more of you. Pro ET, your call to the staging lanes is going on right now. Bike Sled, I think we have a final waiting for you. Bike Sled, you can come on up to 7 and 8. Winners, if you would, if you want to get your interviews in, we'll do interviews. But we'll do them all at one time. After we're done with all the finals, we'll do our interviews right down here in front of the tower, in front of the winner circle picture. We'll do them all at the same time. So if you've already won, sit tight, or you can come up here and sit in line and watch the rest of the racing. However you want to do it. But we'll do all the winner interviews at the same time. We got half of our pro cars in the staging lanes. We got 5 in here. We're looking for 5 more. I see number 6 is on the way. Bike sled, I think we have a final coming up for you guys. You can bring them on up in staging lanes 7 and 8. ET, waiting on Pro ET cars, looking for 10 of you. Super Pro, like I said, you were on high alert. Up for Street Eliminator. Right now we're waiting on, let's see. We got 9, we have 10 cars. We're waiting on 10. We got 10? We got all 10. Let's go. We're waiting on our bike sled final. And Super Pro, we got you on super high alert. As soon as the lane's clear, I'll get you back in 1 and 2. our pro remaining 10 cars. Jason Charlton, left side. Dialed in 1041. Joe Lisden, right side, dials 1023. On the track they go, taking the win. On another double breakout, Jason McLovin, Charlton, getting the job done, left side. Your winner, Christopher Takis now, left side. Dialed up 1068. Gonna get chased by Joe Lindbergh. Lindbergh dialed 993. Christopher Takis runs a 10th off his dial, gets behind, I assume. As Joe Lindbergh breaks it out 4 thou for the loss. Coming back for round next. Round of 5 anyways. 10 go to 5. Chris Ampang. 929 the dial. Meyer over in the left lane. Dials 1101. Ampang gets a little squirrely off the line, goes red. Left lane taking the win, running 8 over. David Ludowies now, 1040 the dial, right lane. Dale Hildreth, 904 the dial, in the left. Super Pro, I'll take you staging lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro staging lanes 1 and 2. Green lights pair, off they go. Dale Hildreth looks like he's getting there. He's on the brakes, taking the win, running 2 over. Ludowies 3 over for the loss. Super Pro, we are looking for Super Pro. our bike sled final on the starting line. I'm going to go with Bill Remington in the left lane. Bremer in the right. Dial 807. Just went 8 flat. Off they go. Green lights a pair. Your winner, Remington, as Bremer breaks it out. I don't think he believed that 8 flat when he saw it. He went 803 for the breakout. Remington, your winner. Once again, if you are a winner, we'll bring you all up at the same time, or if you want to come up and wait, we'll do it that way. Waiting on a couple. Waiting on 2 Super Pro. I assume you might be spillovers from Pro yet. We'll see. Super Pro cars, we should have 9 total. So we're waiting on 2 Super Pro cars. We're going to drag them up. We'll run this round of 10, or round of 9 off, I should say. Come back. I believe we're waiting on one more car. We should have a total of 9. I count 8 in the lanes. We're looking for 9. All right, so it looks like we got all of our cars back. I think we had one car break or something. Can't answer the call. Something. I think we got 9 cars. We're supposed to have 9 cars. I counted 9 cars, so I don't think anybody broke, but we should have 9 cars. 1 by car. 9 goes to 5. 5 goes to 3. Still got 4 rounds of racing left in these for Super Pro. We're down to 3 rounds of racing in Pro. King of the Hill, you're on high alert. As soon as you hear engine start up, we'll bring up our King of the Hill semi-final cars. Hill, you can come on up, staging lanes 1 and 2. Please keep a listen out because I might juggle some cars around in different lanes. Super Pro. I think it's turned into a quarterfinal now. So my screen got all fouled up, so I'm just kind of guessing at who's out there. I know that's Lee Burkholder in the right lane dial. 759, it's a Winrich of some type. Going down the track. Dial 1148. Both drivers go into green light. And it looks like, and it is, Lee Burkholder running dead on for the win. Les Feist has made his way into the money rounds, but it doesn't even come close to the cost of what it costs to run this car per round. 633 the dial for Les Feist, right side. 836 the dial. The right lane. Off he goes. He's going to break out. He has to. Yeah, by a bunch. 618 hands the win over. Hands the win over to the right lane. 220 miles an hour. I want to say we got Mikey Amos over there in the left lane, dial 1054. Corbin Corolla. I know it's Corolla, 750 the dial in the right lane. Pair of green lights, off they go. Dragster comes up and goes by and lights a wind light. Corolla, your winner. Chrissy. Chrissy Gonser. Right side, Chris Ampang left side. Gonser dialed 838. Ampang dialed 930. Off they go. Looks like Dragster has caught Ampang. He's having trouble getting down the track. He's 4/10 over for the loss. Dragster taking the win, running 6/100 over. We're down to 4 cars left in Super Pro. We should have 4 cars in King of the Hill. Waiting on 1 car, King of the Hill. Come on down. If you want to come down, I'll take you in staging lanes 5 and 6. Street Eliminator 5 and 6. Street Eliminator final, I will take you down in staging lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill, we're missing 1 car. Here he comes. As soon as he shows up, we're ready for you. Excuse me, we are ready for the King of the Hill semifinal, Street Eliminator final, staging lanes 5 and 6. Pro ET will take you back, staging lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, if you're ready, we'll take you back in staging lanes 3 and 4. We'll see if we can, how messed up we can make this. Semifinals, 4 cars remain. Islands in. Left side Camaro, 1085. Right side, I think that is Buck Henry. 1084 the dial for the Maverick in the right. I say my screen's dead, so I can't really tell what's going on. In the naked eye, it looked like the Camaro had the jump, but we'll see. Couldn't run the number, so it didn't really matter. Maverick goes 4 over the number for the win, coming back for the final. Buck Henry. Marty Waller. Right side, 1156 the dial. Pair of green lights, on down the track they go. Your winner, Marty Waller, 19 over the dial. The S10 in the left lane goes 5 over the dial. Pro ET, we're missing one car, I believe. Super Pro will take you back. Staging lanes 3 and 4 when you're ready. Super Pro will take you back to staging lanes 3 and 4 when you're ready. Kind of a round robin deal going on now. Street Eliminator file coming at you. I apologize again, screen went dead. My memory is terrible. So even though you've been running all day, I forgot everybody's name. $11.67 the dial for the Chevy SS in the left lane. Going to be chasing down the Ford Mustang. Dialed 14 flat over here in the right. Both drivers away with green light starts. The SS is coming up. Hasn't caught him yet. Going to be close. But on the double breakout, I think the SS got there first. The Mustang will take the win, breaking out by 32 thou, as opposed to the almost 10th under by the left lane. So congratulations to our Mustang winner. Congratulations to our Chevy SS runner-up. Again, we're going to do all of our winner's circle interviews together once we're done with all our finals. So 3 and 4 Super Pro, 3 and 4, 3 and 4. Thank you. 3 and 4 Super Pro. Move that golf cart if you would. We're going to use that staging lane. We're trying to use 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. So if you could move that golf cart, we would appreciate it very much. Thank you. We're going to bring the King of the Hill final up, even though you guys just ran. We'll bring you up in 5 and 6 when you're ready. King of the Hill, 5 and 6 when you're ready. And for the remainder of the night, we're going to run Super Pro out of 3 and 4, Pro out of 1 and 2, and then, like I say, our King of the Hill final will come up in 5 and 6. Are up here waiting on 3 more. As soon as you show up, we'll run you. Get this program over and done. Appreciate your patience today with us. Trying some new things. We're seeing what works and what doesn't work. We'll obviously make adjustments on that as best we can and as quickly as we can. So we appreciate your patience today. And of course, we appreciate your participation and being here with us on our first ET Racing weekend here at Rock Falls Raceway. 4 more weekends to go after this weekend, 9 more races, including tomorrow. Today is only race 1, so that's why I say we appreciate your patience as we work through some things. A lot of new things going on. We'll try to make our corrections as soon as we possibly can and make things a better racing experience for you. Christopher Tackus, left side, dials up 1077. I want to say this guy's last name is Meyer in the right lane, but again, my memory just, I only had his name up for a little while. Screen went dead. He's dialed 1099. Takes the win on another double breakout. Breaks out by 1 thou less. 1 thou less. Tackus moving on to the round of 3. Jason Charlton now, 1038 the dial. This is one of the Winriches in the left lane, dialed 1124. I got them mixed up. It's either Dylan or Dustin. Pair of green lights, off they go. On down the track they go. Jason Charlton taking the win as Winrich breaks it out. 36 thou. Now taking the bye, Dale Hildreth. Dials up a 902 in that left lane. In his 67? I don't know. 66 or 67 Chevy 2. Beautiful car. Deep purple. Should be the name of the car, maybe. Newly retired. First race since he's been lighting up red. Doesn't matter. And on the 902 goes 9 flat with a 0. Super Pro looking for 4 of you, and it looks like you're all 4 back. Thank you very much. King of the Hill, we have 1 of our 2 finalists back for King of the Hill. Thank you. 3 and 4, there you go. Wow, all dragsters left in Super Pro. Racing can't get any better than that. There'll be no split and quits here at Rock Falls Raceway, not like that other track down in Iowa where they get to a final and they don't even race it. Everybody's racing the final here. We're going to have a winner. So word has come down from on high that in our trophy classes, runner-up trophies will be available in registration. And King of the Hill, congratulations. You had enough or a high enough of a car count where there will be semifinal trophies available. So if you're a semifinalist, you're getting a trophy in King of the Hill. And otherwise, there are runner-up trophies available in registration. Winners' trophies we will issue during your winner's interview. We thank you for your patience while we're finishing up the remainder of our racing. And it looks like we have all of our Super Pro cars. And basically, whoever saddles up first between Super Pro and King of the Hill is going to run first. So we can take our King of the Hill finalists if you guys are ready, or we can take our Super Pro semifinalists. But since they're all in dragsters, I'm guessing that the door cars may suit up faster. We're ambidextrous up here. We can take whoever's ready first. Obviously, it's a round robin deal. You know, there's only 3 of you left. Super Pro, same thing. If you win this round, come right back as soon as you can. I know you got to cool them and fuel them. But coming to the starting line right now, King of the Hill final. King of the Hill final. Here we go. Sorry if I mess your names up. Well, we should have names now. Brent Henry. I called him Buck Henry last round. It's Brent Henry in the Maverick, left lane, 1084 the dial. Marty Waller, 1156 dial, right lane, and he goes red. Oh, Marty lights it up. 34 red. Brent Henry, your winner, taking a parade lap. Runs it out the back door after going 75 green, goes 1083 with a 9, only 1 thou under. He was ready for that race. Marty Waller runs it out the back door, goes 56 under on his 1156. Congratulations, Brent Henry. Congratulations, Marty Waller. Here we go with the all dragster semifinal. I am all about this. Most of the time you see the door cars beating up on the dragsters all day long. Today, dragsters seem to have the advantage, certainly because they're less affected by the wind. That's the only thing I can come up with. Ron Sullivan now right side, 830 the dial. Lee Burkholder, 759 the dial, right lane. At this point, it's anybody's game. Everybody's been driving very well. Off they go. Ron Sullivan has 19 thou in his back pocket, turns it into as he's 17, 33 over, 50 total. Lee Burkholder was 36 and 16 over to end up 2 stinking thou behind. Ron Sullivan moving on to the final by 2 thou. Up next, Corbin Corolla. Left side, dialed 750. Chrissy Gonser, 842 the dial in the right lane. Corbin Corolla in control, gets the win on the double breakout as Chrissy Gonser goes a 10th under. Corbin Corolla goes 23 thou under after his 27 light. Corbin Corolla coming back to square off against Ron Sullivan in the Super Pro final for what I believe is, don't quote me, I don't write the checks around here, but $2 grand to win. Too large. Pro ET, we're waiting on you. Bring them back when you're ready. Lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro, same thing. Lanes 3 and 4. Know it's going to take a little bit, but just reminding you. Winner's Circle interview is going to happen after our final round. Our final round, I should say, where we will give out winners' trophies. And just like that, we have all three of our pro semifinalists back in the staging lanes. We'll hash out some lane choice and the buy. We'll figure out what's what. We'll get ready to send them. I'll let you guys hash it out. I'm just going to let you guys know what lights you had. Because it certainly looks like 5186. 5186, if he hasn't had a buy, should have the buy. We got one Super Pro finalist coming back into the staging lanes. Looks like Ron Sullivan. Waiting on Corbin Corolla, but we know you got to cool him down, so. We're not looking to rush you at this point. Don't forget Pro Eliminator. If you win this round, you have to come back. You still got one more round to win, so. Here we go. 3 cars remain in Pro Eliminator. Dale Hildreth will square off against Christopher Takis. Dale Hildreth will be in the left lane. He's dialing up a 901. Christopher Takis can't seem to settle on a dial. He's dialed 1065. Last round he was 1077. He's just having trouble with that car, maybe. That's the problem. Holy cow. Christopher Takis doing the funny car burnout in a 1065 car. Putting on a show. Drivers are ready. Both pre-staged. No funny business. In they go. They're off. Christopher Takis, unfortunately, goes 15 thou red. Hands the win over to Dale Hildreth. 35 green on the 901, lets out to go 912. Christopher Takis showing he's not dialing honest, goes 1063 after dialing 1077 the previous round. Wow. Good showing for Christopher. I know he had a good showing up in Brainerd last week, continuing his hot streak. Jason McLovin Charlton now taking the bye into the final, 1038 his dial. Nowhere's near what that car will run, no doubt. And off he goes, lets it rip, 24 green, that's good. Is he gonna run it out the back door? No. Yes, he is. 1/10 under. Shows his hand. Wow. So we have our Super Pro finalists in the staging lanes as they discuss things. Once they're done talking, they'll hop in their cars and suit up, and they're going to battle it out to see who will be the Super Pro champion. So congratulations goes out to Corbin Kairola and Ron Sullivan. We're waiting on 2 cars, pro final. We'll take you when you're ready. Testing, test. All right, we're up and running. Who is our first winner? Who wants to be interviewed first? We're waiting for you over here at the winner circle poster. I think Junior's probably been waiting the longest. Sounds like we got a car on the other side going to be making his way over. Hold him up. We'll do this Junior first. Thank you. I got to take a look. Brooklyn, where are you? Get over here, Brooklyn. Brooklyn, I got to believe I saw you make your first runs out here several years ago. It was a thrill. It is now a thrill for me to present to you your first place trophy for junior minor at the first race here at Rock Falls 20. Here you are. Good for you, Brooklyn. Anybody here you want to thank?
I want to thank all my sponsors from starting from Bill Cheney from John Hirsch, Cambridge Motors, Sergeant Hot Wheels, KGB, Dawn Circle Services, Go Fast LLC, Sheelan Gray, Auto Electric, and Erica Enders, and especially my parents.
Terrific, terrific, Brooklyn. Great job, you got them all. Quite a day. You excited?
Yes.
You ready for tomorrow? You gonna double? There you are. You heard it from Brooklyn first. If you're in your minor, she's looking to double up. Congratulations, Brooklyn. You're very welcome. Awesome, great job. There we go. Ty, congratulations on your win in junior intermediate. Here is your trophy. Don't forget there's a valuable sticker. I'm sorry, advanced. Okay, I got them wrong. I thought we had intermediate coming. Anyways, on your junior advanced win, congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah. I'd like to thank my sponsors, Brad Nelson Trucking, CS Reynolds, and my mom and dad.
I personally want to thank you, Ty, for having very clear writing on your name, because I didn't have your name in the computer all day, but I could tell every time you came up, so that is awesome. I didn't miss your name every time you were up. Some other people, not so lucky. Congratulations on that, and don't forget, tape to that tape right here.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one you really want. That's absolutely, yeah, you got your kill sticker on there. Congratulations, bud. You ready for tomorrow?
Just to win again.
Oh, there you are. He's throwing it down just like Brooklyn. He's going to come back and double up. So.
Steal from these Wisconsin people.
Oh, wow. Now he's really throwing it down. Are you a Viking fan?
No.
No, what are you?
Kansas City.
Kansas City fan. How about that? Once again, congratulations. You got your family here. You want to take some pictures? we go, final Pro ET action. Dale Hildreth, right side, dials up 901. Jason McLovin Charlton dialed 1030 in the left lane. All the money on the line, except for whatever happened in the round of 3. I have no action time, so I can only guess. Pair of green lights down the track. Go. Dale Hildreth chasing. Comes in second, might win, and Dale Hildreth runs dead on with a 5 as Jason Charlton runs 3 over. Your winner, Dale Hildreth. Congratulations, Dale. Congratulations to Jason Charlton. But right now, congratulations to Brent Henry on your King of the Hill victory. Hope we got the right one. I didn't. Okay. Congratulations, Brent. How long have you been racing here?
I think 1987.
87. Wow, longer than I've been here.
Yep, so I've been racing for quite a few years.
Tremendous. I don't recognize the car, but beautiful Maverick.
The Ford Maverick.
Ford power.
It's Ford power. It's got a 408, 9.5 to 1 compression. Runs 1070s. So a little slower today with the bad weather, but it's fun to drive.
Low maintenance, cheap to race.
Yes. Hey, all you guys, I only had to pay $4.50 a gallon. So that was pretty good.
There you go, bragging about the fuel he runs. Anyone here you want to thank with you?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my wife, Patricia. Where's she at here? If it wouldn't be for her, I wouldn't be here. So come on up here. Come on. So this is my wife, Patty. Like I said, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have this car here. So thank you.
Tremendous. It takes a team to do this stuff. You can't do it by yourself, and you don't do it by yourself. So thank you to Patty, and thank you, Brent, for coming out here. Any other words?
Nope. Thank everyone.
All right.
Great track. Thanks for all the improvements and everything. Great place.
Congratulations, Brent, on your King of the Hill victory today. Tomorrow, same thing?
Yes.
There you are.
Win this and the points for the year.
Oh, my goodness. It's going to be tough road to hoe for everyone else because all these winners are going to double up. So
thank you very much.
Good luck, Brent.
Thanks.
All right. Awesome. There you are.
So, thank you. And I want to get some pictures of all my...
Hey, who's with Brent? Get some pictures. So here we have Here we go. We have our junior intermediate winner, Peyton Bremer. Peyton, congratulations. I got this backwards. Congratulations. Here's your trophy and kill sticker. There you go. You gotta like that. Peyton, who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my sponsors, Burkhammer Tire and Auto, my parents, and that's all.
That's all. Do you have any brothers or sisters that race? You don't want to thank your sister?
No.
No, okay. I get it. I get it. Peyton, congratulations. You going to repeat tomorrow?
Yeah.
There you are. Everybody's repeating tomorrow. I don't even know why anybody else is going to show up. All our winners are going to repeat. Congratulations, Peyton. Number one. Put your finger up. Number one. Woo! Peyton got family here. Let's get some pictures. Here he is, bike sled champion for our first points race here at Rock Falls Raceway 2024, Jim Remington. Congratulations, Jim. Jim, I got to ask, had to be a tough day out there. We had started out with a quartering headwind, ended up with a quartering tailwind. How difficult does that make it to navigate these bikes down the quarter mile?
This morning was tough. It was blowing me left, obviously, real hard all morning, and you never knew when or how much it was going to do it, so it was just a crapshoot.
But against other bikes, everybody's up against the same thing there. I'm sure it's a little more difficult when you're racing cars, but at least against bikes and sleds, it's an even playing field.
It's pretty close, yeah. Some of the guys with the smaller bikes with less side weren't complaining too much today. The full-bodied bike, it's obviously a little worse.
Terrific. Any sponsors you want to thank?
Yeah, Forest Lake American Legion's been sponsoring me for like 15 or 18 years out here. So there's some good people. It's a block from my house. It's a good place to go and hang out. They do ballrooms, parties, and stuff. Yeah. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, I live in Florida now. I play with the Cape Canaveral American Legion. I play on their golf league, so I enjoy hanging out with those guys. They're tremendous folks. What are we looking at here? Because I see it says Suzuki, but what is this?
Okay, so the body is a replica of 89's GSXR 750. It was the same replica Pro Stock bodies that they used back in the day. The engine, however, is a early 80s model, air-cooled, GS-based. It's kind of the motorcycle version of a small block Chevy. It's the thing you can buy the most parts for. They offer the most stuff for the pre-Hayabusa. This is the stuff you can buy all the aftermarket stuff for, so it was the go-to.
Terrific. And I used to hang out with some bikers. Do they still call this a car tire bike or no?
Yes, sir. This is a car.
Very good. Well, congratulations. And any pictures? Anybody want to get in here? Bring them on in. Let's get some pictures. Congratulations. Congratulations on your bike sled victory here at Rock Falls Raceway. But Jim said he's definitely going to repeat tomorrow like everybody else, so. Corbin, I've been saying Corolla. Am I been saying it right or wrong?
Wrong.
And it would be pronounced?
Kyrola.
Kyrola. I did throw a Kyrola in there once to try and cover my bases, but I was saying it wrong most of the time, I'll be honest with you. Corbin, congratulations on your Super Pro victory today here at Rock Falls Raceway.
Thank you.
Tremendous day. I kind of watched some of the dragsters since I own one, and I'm a big Les Feist fan, so I like his cars too. They're fast and they're good. You were killing it in time trials. You were killing it earlier, and then you kind of faded back, and then you came back and just laid it down in the final.
Yeah.
Corbin, anyone you like to thank on this victory today?
I'd like to thank my grandpa, Les Feist, for letting me drive his car. I really appreciate it. I'd like to thank Mom, Riley, and Grandma for helping and being there. And the facility, it's very nice. It's amazing. Got my license here 1 summer ago, year and a half ago, and yeah.
Terrific. There are a lot worse places, even on a windy day. This is a very flat and smooth track compared to pretty much any other track you run on. I run a lot down in Florida, and they are not nearly as smooth as this. So I hope that aided your day. Again, being windy, even in a dragster, you didn't have a wing, so it doesn't move you around as much. I keep a wing on mine, and it moves quite a bit compared to no wings. But congratulations on your feat. This is a very fast car. You controlled it perfectly, and you got the job done in the final. Like I said, you really laid the smackdown. 10 total. Great job. Let's go, family. Get in here, get some pictures. All right, Buck Smith, our Street Eliminator winner. Congratulations, Buck. Here's your trophy, and don't forget the kill sticker taped on there. Street Eliminator, first race of the year. You gonna compete for the championship all year?
You bet. We're here for all years, so.
All right, so you've entered your Gold Rush Point Series and whatnot?
Yep, we're good to go.
That's terrific. Buck, who do you want to thank for this hard-fought victory today?
This one's going to be a little tough. I apologize in advance, but
you take your time.
last Sunday,
Say what you want to say.
last Sunday we lost my godmother. Thursday, I lost a very good friend. He was helping me today. They both were. Rock Falls Raceway, all you guys, you're awesome. Give us this place to play on. It's fun. Everyone standing around here. Thank everybody. Thanks for good friends, sportsmanship. They're gonna nail me. Most of all, thank you, Rock Falls. And my wife and daughter. And my family.
And okay. Tremendous, Buck. I agree with you. I've been coming here a lot of years, a lot of ups and downs in life. Whenever I pass through the gates, wherever the gates were, it's kind of a relief. And I get to be with my racing family who care about me just as much, if not more, than my close family or my blood family. But this is the place to be when you're hurting, because people here love you and they care about you. So
I love being here. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Buck Smith. Clean up. Wait, watch where you're walking. We had a little oil down here in the victory circle, I guess. Ellie Lindbergh your Junior Street champion today here at Rock Falls Raceway. Ellie, let me present your trophy and kill sticker. You're very welcome. Ellie, you got anybody you want to thank?
My father, my mom, Clarice in the corner, and the McDonough family.
Terrific. Ellie, if I'm not mistaken, this isn't your only race car you're racing today. You are in
Junior Dragster Advanced.
And how long have you been racing junior dragsters?
Since I was 7.
So, how many years is that? I know I'm not supposed to ask a woman's age, so you don't have to say it. You can say 2 years. That's fine.
7 years.
Okay. So I think there's a what? 13 is the youngest you can be in Junior Street. Is that right? 13. Yeah. So you've been racing Junior Street for what? A year, or is this your second year?
It's my 2nd year.
Is this your first win in Junior Street?
No.
No. Whoa. Got a pile of trophies at home then.
Yeah, a couple.
All right. Well, Ellie, congratulations on your win here today. Tomorrow, what are you going to do?
Win.
Just this, or are you going to win advance?
Both.
She's going to win advance. She's going to double up tomorrow. She's going to double up tomorrow. All right, let's get some pictures with Ellie, everyone. Who's part of the family? Come on in here. So here we have our Super Pro runner-up, Ron Sullivan. I was just checking in with it seemed like Corbin was a little mad at him going 10 total in the final. I asked him why, and what was your response?
He wasn't very happy. He took his grandpa out the round before.
There you are. That's why Corbin really teed off on you there in the final. Great showing today. What was it like racing out there with the conditions? Wind switched on you guys. It was wet. It got dry.
Everything was the worst condition ever. This car did everything I asked it to do. This is a brand new car we bought in February. I got KGB power motor. This thing is dead on. I told my daughter on the way here, I'm going to the final.
And you got it done, Ron. You got to the final.
We got it done.
Great job. Great job today, Ron. Congratulations. You only got to win one more round tomorrow to do better.
Oh, I'm going to the final again tomorrow. Watch this.
There you heard it right there.
We're going, baby. We're going.
Tremendous, tremendous. Pictures with Ron. Anybody want to get pictures?
Guys, everybody, come on.
Here he is, our first pro champion 2024, Dale Hildreth. Has a leg up on everybody in the Gold Rush points for pro championship. Congratulations, Dale. Here's your trophy and a kill sticker.
I get a trophy?
Trophy.
All these good things that happen when you start working here.
You get Congratulations, Dale. I know it was a hard-fought victory. You won more rounds than anybody today because you had more cars than pro, or super pro, I should say. So you guys had to run one more round. Things got pretty tight towards the final there, but you were able to maintain. Any is it just help running alcohol? But I mean, it had to be a tough day with the wind.
Well, everybody was breaking out, so you just kept dialing it down all day long and watching what's going on.
It was a day where finishing second was probably more, at least better to do that than finish first. Probably over half the races.
Yeah, probably. It was pretty tight. I mean, it was a tough day with the wind. It's cooling off this evening, so.
Yeah, I mean, the wind switched around. It's getting cool. Sun angle comes off the track. Track gets more bitey. Yeah, tough day for everybody, but you prevailed.
Jason was nice enough to give me the right lane there at the end, so on the coin toss.
Oh, is that?
I lost, so on the coin toss. So.
Yeah, that was nice of Jason to do that for you. Anybody you want to thank for helping you get here?
My wife, of course. Everybody should thank their wife. And then everybody else that's here racing. If everybody didn't show up here racing, we wouldn't be able to do it. And you, Joe, for coming back and announcing. Thanks.
Thank you for mentioning that. I have also mentioned that before being interviewed. If it wasn't for the other racers here, what good is this to win? I mean, competition's great. Winning is definitely worthwhile. It's not easy. You've had this car for several years. Is it kind of stayed the same the last while, or did you do some upgrades?
Nope, exactly the same, probably the last 5 years.
There you go, getting more familiarized, and just keep on winning.
Yeah, we'll keep trying, yeah.
Dale Hildreth, pro champion. Come on in, get some pictures. Mary, Ozzy, Darren, get up here. Where's Joey? What'd he do? Oh, okay, here we go. Get up here, Joey. Joey doesn't know where the staging and how to get into staging lane 3 or 4. It must be bad luck for you to be there. Oh, yeah, well, you weren't the only one. It's gotten chilly. That's no fun. It's more fun when you win in the afternoon and it's 90 degrees and you get that board on your head. So, first one of the year, though. You can't complain. Yeah, you can't.